All right, let's get started. We made a small change to the agenda today to accommodate scheduling. So first up will be the Aviation Board. Good morning.
That's what I do.
All righty. Good morning whenever you're ready.
Sadie.
Good morning. Can you mind just getting a little bit closer to the microphone, Mr. Dolio, so we can all hear you? Thank you. Hey, Ms. Spears, Ashley, it looks like the microphones maybe aren't working at the table.
Maybe
There we go.
there. That one's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You did a great job.
You're very welcome.
Okay, well, good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. We're going to take you through, you see the agenda, a number of what I will talk through, and I'll introduce the team here, and then we'll, as appropriate, hit different points through the presentation. To my far left is Carmen Robinson, Assistant CFO. Next to her is Aaron Burns, the Director of Communications for the airport. Norman White, the Deputy Director for Finance and Administration. Jamie McCluskey to my right, Deputy Director for Planning, Development, and Construction. Phyllisine Ferran is our DBE Liaison Officer, and Walter Kragowski is the Deputy Director of Operations and Maintenance. In the airport accomplishments, there we go. Let there be light. As just following a template and how to work through the presentation, just a review of our 2024 goals. We set the goal of the Taxiway S project construction being at least 75% complete. We did accomplish that. In fact, that project, as far as construction is done, it's in closeout now. The baggage handling system modification to increase redundancy and some capacity in the project or in the system was 100% complete. We set a goal of being 3/4 of the way through our master plan. We have achieved that, and actually at this point a bit beyond the 75% complete. The administrative offices, as you all know, we're still housed in the old facility, building out our admin space in the new facility. And again, that's on track, and that too is a little beyond 75% complete. Cost per employment, we've maintained a competitive rate as we're 3/4 of the way through the year is why that 75% appears there, along with the last two goals. Same situation. We're achieving those goals, but we're 3/4 of the way through the year. In a review of the 2023 goals, we did complete everything we set out to complete in 2023. Completion of a very critical taxiway project, the Taxiway G project, extended to the end of the east-west runway. We were probably a little beyond 40% complete in the master plan by the end of 23. South Campus Development, more of a planning effort there, which we got through. And again, met the targets on cost per employment. We remain a very competitive airport in that regard, and meeting our DBE, SLDBE goals, and achieving retention of air service as much as possible, and identifying new opportunities. In that light, in air service, there have been, these are some of the announcements that have occurred over 2024. Avelo Airlines will be a new airline to MSY, and they'll begin service in November with nonstop service to Tweed New Haven Airport in Connecticut. Alaska Airlines will begin seasonal service to a long-desired destination, Portland, Oregon. American Airlines beginning nonstop flights to LaGuardia in November. Breeze will launch nonstop service to Las Vegas and Los Angeles in the fall of 25. British Airways has gone to 5 times per week during peak periods. Delta, a good example of the benefit of origin destination markets like ours. Austin, too, is a large origin destination market. Austin had American Airlines pull back on service in their market. Given the demand is there and the market creates the demand, Delta stepped up and has picked up a good bit of the service that American backed off. With that, it keeps the nonstop New Orleans-Austin flights for us through a different carrier now. Spirit Airlines began service to San Juan, Puerto Rico, and has gone to daily flights to San Pedro Sula and Cancun, Mexico. And Air Canada, who for some time has offered Toronto nonstop service, has now added Montreal to their offerings. I'll spare you 2 slides this year on awards and honors. Typically, I'll give some of what's occurred in the current year, and then a slide that lists everything that's happened in the past 2 years. This year, I'm just showing what's come online in 23-24 as far as recognition for the airport. Again, for 3rd year in a row, the best airport in North America and Airport Council International's ASQ program, best new passenger experience concept in the ACINA Concessions Awards with the World War II concept in the airport, and 2 marketing awards or pieces of recognition. In our terminal concessions, we've talked often about the improved concessions program in a new facility that better captures the spirit of the city and a better offering for passengers. These are numbers that reflect the success of that program. Concession sales in 2024 versus 2019 are up 42%, in spite of the fact that employments are still tracking at about 98% of 2019. Year over year from 2023 to 2024, with a 3.6% growth in employments over that period, we're up 5% in concession sales. The CPE I mentioned in the goals, that we've been meeting the CPE goal. You can see this year we are tracking to come in at $8.72 as a CPE, and that compares quite favorably to the median for all airports and residual airports at $9.18 and $9.62. Okay, with that, in construction, I'll turn it over to Jamie to speak.
Good morning, council members. Jamie McCluskey, Deputy Director of Planning, Development, and Construction at the New Orleans International Airport. So taking a look at the construction that we've completed this year at the airport. The baggage handling modifications, that's 100% complete. That provided redundancy and improve the logic and controls of the system that always needs updating from time to time. As the director mentioned, the MSY administrative offices were relocating from the south terminal to the north terminal. So we are almost over 75% complete and heading down the home stretch on that. So that area we look forward to relocating. And then taxiway Sierra, as we call it at the airport, that is 100% complete as of a couple of weeks ago. That project is going through grant closeout, and it provides a critical piece of infrastructure that supports both runways at the airport.
Philistine, DBE.
Good morning, Philistine Ferran, DBLO, Louis Armstrong Airport. The next slide is the DBE participation. The first set of charts is the DBE non-North Terminal project. The goal for that is an overall goal of 27.06, and we are currently achieving 32.96%. The next is the North Terminal construction overall goal is 33.09, and we are currently achieving 25.14 pending closeout, and the total of the payments to DBE for construction alone is $273 million, and for professional services, we have paid $49.91 million for a total of $331.72 million going to DBEs. The next one is our SLDBE program. Our overall goal is 35%. At the present time, we are achieving 53.86%. And that's mainly because we have most of our SLDBE contracts are SLDBE primes. And finally, the ACDBE program overall goal is 23.93%. And at the current time, we are achieving 25.26%. Thank you.
Morning. We go to first.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Thomas.
Just a question on that. I remember during the construction of the new airport, when they were tracking DBE and participation, one of the largest DBE participants was not African American, not Hispanic, not Asian, but it was actually a relation of one of the major primes who had formed a DBE company. So when you look at the DBEs, are you tracking it in terms of white females, African American, Hispanic, African American men and women? Because we know I'd got a list of DB participants once, and it was dominated by white females in terms of the amount of money that they earned from DBE. So how do we distinguish that, especially given the fact from the data center report on the gap between African Americans when you talk about earnings and economic participation? The gap is actually getting wider, and we're espousing all these big numbers for participation, but the African American community, American entrepreneurs per capita, are actually getting poorer. So are we specifically looking at these categories? Because we can say DBE, but DBA means a whole lot of things these days.
Yes, we do separate it out, and I do usually provide like a pie chart to show you the difference between the Hispanic, African American, Caucasian females as well. And I do have that information available to you, and I'll be more than willing to share it with you.
Okay, please, thank you. Is there any way we can use the data center report and the reports on wealth and the gaps and disparities to close those gaps? Have we thought about different points being allowed, or how we look at that particular issue, especially since we continue to, even when we talk about increasing participation, it hasn't closed the wealth gap at all.
Point taken. In most instances, the disparity has been on the construction side because most of the construction is very expensive, and that's where your larger contract dollars would fall. And we have found that most of the Caucasian females are construction companies, and that's where the disparity is getting more African-American women or African-American period more involved in the construction side.
But one of the points they looked at, construction, trucking,
Yes,
hauling, heavy
Not
moving,
trucking,
was
we
that
have-
many of those females, their relationships were also with primes, their husbands, their spouses, their relationships. They had a relationship with a major prime.
correct.
So it was easy for them to spin off in terms of equipment and
Right.
bonding because all the assets were already there with their primary relationship.
Correct,
So I'm correct on that.
yes.
Thank you.
And you'll provide we'll
Yes,
provide-
I'll get that information to you. I'll send it to your office this afternoon.
Thank you. We'll move to personnel. Norman White, Deputy Director of Finance Administration. If you look at the personnel report, we're down about 65 bodies, but if you go to the previous year, we were much lighter than that. If you look at, I think we're about 38% of vacancy rate. We're around 20% now. We're aggressively hiring at this point. We're doing a pretty good job of it. Next slide, please. If you look at the org chart, I think that's self-explanatory. I think Kevin kind of announced everyone here.
Okay, so now we've set, we'll share some goals for 2025. We have a critical runway project upcoming that we're planning for now. It's the runway 220 is the north-south runway at the airport. It's better than 20 years in since the last major overhaul or upgrade of the runway. And we will be going in with a significant project on that runway to get 20 more years of life out of it. Master plan, we are nearing completion of it. We expect to be fully complete in early 2025. The administration office, the same thing. We could very well, we're looking at early 25. We could very well get through that by the end of this year. Taxiway Sierra, as Jamie mentioned, that project is complete. We're looking at complete closeout in early 2025. And again, the goals we carry every year to maintain a competitive cost per employment, meet our DBE and SLDBE goals, and look for air service opportunities throughout the year as well. And this year, the added goal of ensuring that those coming in for the Super Bowl have a good experience at the airport as they use us to transit in and out of the city. That, the master plan.
Good morning again. James McCleskey, Deputy Director, Planning, Development, Construction. I'll just walk you through the master plan process that the Director just touched upon. As you can see, we are at the capital development phase of the master plan. That's the particular stage where we start to look at our preferred alternative and what the costs of that will be and how we will fund it. Just as a reminder, a master plan is a planning study containing data and analysis of aviation forecasts and associated development alternatives. And what we do is we take those forecasts and then we look at different trigger points of when that development will occur over that 20-year period. The master plan determines the airport's conceptual long-term facility development, capital improvement program, and funding, as well as culminating in what we call the airport layout plan, and that's the actual part of the master plan that does get approval. As a reminder, this master plan is $3.6 million, which is fully FAA funded, and our next steps are to get the master plan 100% complete, which we're in the final stages of that process.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. A quick question on the master plan. I get a lot of questions about this. What is the old facility, the old airport, in this master plan at all? What are the plans for that? I know that there was some like skate competition there recently or something like that. So
The South Campus, that's the
That's the name.
buildings and everything on that side of the airport is a part of the consideration in the master plan. There'll be a good bit more cargo development and activity provided for on that side of the airfield. The FBO operators, small aircraft operators that are housed on the north side of the airfield. As our commercial airline traffic or passenger needs grow and we expand the north facility to the west, the FBOs will have a need to come back to the south side of the airfield.
Got it.
And we're providing for that. There will also be, there's the real potential for an MRO facility. That's an aircraft maintenance facility.
Okay.
Which, if we're successful in recruiting one onto the premises, it would be on the east end of the South Campus. That's the area where the old A and B concourses are, and where we're housed right now on that end of the facility. So once we're
Because you said you
gone,
still have administrative offices there?
we are all still over there.
Got it, okay.
And if you've traveled recently and seen the area covered in plastic above the checkpoint to the right.
Okay, I hadn't seen it.
That's the build-out of our new admin offices.
Oh, okay.
We
Got it.
expect to be in no later than early next year, but probably before the end of this year. The newer of the old facilities over there, the concourse, will be used for charter activity and other activities of that nature. C can be repurposed with strong take-back provisions if we need it for aeronautical needs down the road. One thing I always tell people when I'm asked that question is we're on inside our fence line. Our airfield's about 1,500 acres. That is a very small footprint for an airport serving a market this size. Can we get all the capacity we need out of it? Yes. But we have to be very mindful in how we're developing on that site over time. We will pretty much be locked into all aeronautical purposes on that site going forward. So that's the type of activities. And generally speaking, there won't be like a shopping center coming in or anything of that nature. That property is needed for aeronautical needs going forward.
Got it. I think what would be helpful, and obviously you mentioned a lot of different things and uses and potential recruiting of, different types of initiatives or whether it's maintenance or whatever you're bringing in. Could you provide to the council just a little PowerPoint or report on potential plans for, you called it the South Campus?
Yeah.
The South Campus, yes. Because I would just like to just be able to look at it and have it handy because I do get a lot of questions as to what's happening with that site.
Sure, and I think we'll go even beyond that. Is give you all, we'll brief each of you individually on our master planning, which contains that area as well.
Perfect.
But it will give you a view of the entirety of what we're looking at over the next 20-year horizon.
Great.
At the airport.
Thank you.
And we'll do that in personal briefings with each of you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. And that would be Norm?
Yes. You want to take this one or you want to take this one?
Just as a preempt, as a slide going into the actual budget presentation, it's always, in speaking numbers and finances at an airport, any airport, it's always good to speak to and a reminder of our financial and business arrangements at the airport. The first point there, the agreement with the airlines is what we call in the industry a residual agreement, use and lease agreement with the air carriers. It provides pretty much in just saying it in short form, the airlines are a backstop for us financially in our operations at the airport. When they sign a lease, they're committing to supporting us in the ongoing operations and development of the airport. And ensure that we can set rates for the airlines at a level that covers any potential shortfalls. With that, though, they have more of a say in the development of the airport overall. Airport revenue diversion is probably the most critical issue we always point out. Is any revenues generated by an airport and airport activities, it's required by law that those revenues are used on airport. We can't send revenues off airport, and airports are very well self-sufficient. We do not take any local taxpayer funds as well. So with those two notes.
If we go to the next slide, we'll see that the overall budget has increased roughly around $12.7 million. If we look at personal service appropriation, it increased roughly $2 million, 1.8. That's largely due to the 2.5% citywide salary increases and also some civil service approved increases in some of the positions that we have there. With the other operating, it's increased roughly around 10.8. If we look at that, that's pretty much a combination of several things. Clearly, it's insurance rate increase, one-time expenses, some of the maintenance associated with and maintaining the facilities outside of the capital program, safety, security, firefighters, and police services, and some of the contractual increases associated with the wage rate increases. And then obviously the debt service increase with the robust capital program we have there, and those are the things that make up our 12.7 increase.
How much of the increase is due to debt service?
It's about $3 million.
3 million? Okay. So debt service is not a major driver in the
No,
cost.
I think what you guys approved and allowed us to do, we refinanced a lot of our debt.
Right.
And we've increased some new money and also took some bands out, and that savings really kept it down. I think we got a lot for the band.
Okay. One thing the mayor, the CEO, and I have had a disagreement with the economist is how much revenue the city will generate next year. Do you guys have projections or forecasts on increased traffic from Taylor Swift, Super Bowl, and Mardi Gras, kind of all being in such close proximity?
Yeah, it's all contained in, we use airport economists,
Right.
aviation economists, in forecasting airport traffic going forward. And then those forecasts off the projected traffic drives calculations on anticipated revenues going forward. So
And,
yes,
and,
we do
and my guess is the projected revenue is up. Is it, Mr. Dolio, 5%, 10%? Do you happen to know, or Mr. White, or can you get it to us? I mean,
Yeah, we can get you. We do an analysis on employments,
Right.
figure out what the increases are from 19 and from the previous year. We can get that information to you.
yeah, I will just say from personal experience, I have to go out of town and I'm coming back the day before the Taylor Swift concert because the plane tickets are so much more expensive. So, I mean, we just made that decision. I'm just curious back of the envelope what it means to the city, because I think that's a real good indicator of what it looks like based on people coming, that we can get some ideas in advance. Great, thank you. All right, anything else from y'all? All right. Then I guess Mr. Burnside.
All right, I understand all of you standing up, but I got 2 minutes, and I'd appreciate your attention, if not your courtesy. So the bottom line is I disagree with you, and I don't believe we should own an airport. First of all, in regards to Chairman Drusso's question, $3 million isn't what I was seeking. It's $75 million. One half of your other operating budget is debt service. All right? So starting out with the trivial, we got the parking of cars. We've got the licensing of rental cars with Texas license plates. We have the cleaning of bathrooms. And we have the gravity sewer that needs to be compensated for because it wasn't built correctly, and then I'll need pumps. That's on the small side. On the medium side is the debt service, which is $75 million a year, plus or minus. So the idea that you're self-sufficient is not necessarily one I agree with. You're obviously relying on the bond market. As far as the cost of enplaning passengers, last year I did some work. I have not done it this year. That you were subsidizing, in my personal opinion, the cost of enplaning passengers with some of your bond money. In other words, it was costing you more to emplane them than you were charging them. As far as the rest of it goes, The diversion law is fairly new. It's a result of Atlanta. Atlanta put some costs on their airport that generated some backlash. So it's not a historically embedded reality of airport ownership. And I don't think that it would be amiss to charge our airport 10%. Entergy charges us 10%, and they are a public utility. They engage in public activities, and they are given a profit margin. The airport engages in public activities. It is reasonable for its owner to receive a profit margin. The idea that we're not allowed anything undermines the entire concept of ownership, and I believe, quite frankly, under current laws, we should just swap it out with the airport and take the convention center over. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burnside. Thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate it. All right, what we're going to do is go to Youth and Family and OCJC, and then we'll take the mayor's core budget, so core, IGR, neighborhood engagement. So I know that's not the order that's on the agenda, but just to let everybody know, that's what makes the most practical sense. So next up is Youth and Families. All right, good morning, whenever y'all are ready.
Okay. Well, good morning. I will give just a second for this to come up, and we'll get rolling. Thanks. Appreciate you. All right, good morning, council. I don't know what this is. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. Good morning. So we're just gonna go ahead and go through some of the 2024 goals and from this past year, obviously, and then touch on 2025, and then happy to answer any questions from there. For context, Andres from our office will be taking notes of any questions that are asked. So if I don't have the specifics or whatever the case may be, we'll make sure that we send follow-up after this. So progress on 2024 goals. Maintaining investments through 2024. In short, our programming and everything has stayed consistent. If nothing else, it's been expanding. So thinking about Pathways, for example, has 100 plus young people who have finished. We're still at a 96% safety rating. So that means the opposite of the recidivism rate. We have expanded our Tulane mayoral scholarships. So Tulane offered 5 in the past, now it is at 10. So we're seeing expansion in a lot of different spaces that we're really excited about. The ECE millage, y'all saw the presentation on that. As you also heard, we did get the state match for that, so that's something we're really excited about, despite the changes in our state politics. We also maintained in this past year our investment with United Way for their 3rd grade level reading, and then also the grief and trauma counseling that happened through Children's Bureau. And so we went ahead and just marked that green. Beginning the construction of the data hub. That is yellow because of 2 things. One, it's ongoing, and so it would be a bit silly of us to say that it was green until you have a final product. But a few things that have come out of that you will see in the immediate. The youth program guide is launching publicly this week. So we did it with the program providers. If you're like, Asia, what in the world is that? It is to answer the very specific question, what is there to do for young people in New Orleans? And so we have collected all of those things with program providers to make sure that it's really easy for everyone to access that information. And so if anyone is interested, not only will we share that link with y'all, but we're also very happy to do a demo with all of you, and or we could gladly come to a quality of life committee meeting to share that publicly too. So yeah, that's really exciting. Other things that I think are important to name in this, in building out the Youth Data Hub, we are looking at a 18-month scope to get the first tier of work done. So that means that we pull data from the data center and from the Cowan Institute. So all of these different places that are already collecting data, we want to make sure that we're using what already exists in our ecosystem to be our foundation for what we build specifically to tell the story of young people in this city. With that also being said, it aligns directly to our fiscal map. So you'll notice that on the next slide, I put that one yellow because over the course of this year, it makes more sense for us to fold that into the data conversation. The last one I put as red because our year is not done yet. So although we are presenting in mid-October, we still have 2.5 months to finish our work. And so for the inventory of policy, that is still ongoing, and you can still expect to see that by the end of this year. For fiscal mapping, like I said, that's going to fold into that data hub work. So the 3 legs of that, we have the Youth Data Hub, the fiscal map, and then the program guide. Like I said, happy to show all of you those in a separate space too. The next, we have coordination of sustainability and expansion of parks and play spaces. As you know, we did put out the Big Green Easy at the start of this year, which we're really excited about. One of the main things that came out of that space is making sure that we can immediately build within our city. And so what we did, we went ahead in partnership with the Office of Sustainability and Resilience, NORD, Parks and Parkways, and our partner Spinoff, went ahead and did apply for the EPA grant. So that's a $20 million grant that we're looking to stand up 3 new play spaces. And also you'll see on there that there are solar panels that will go across the city for our resilience hubs. Funding for that will also go to the Galvez Greenway. And then we also put in there weatherization for 100 families for their homes. So that is something that is happening so far. We don't have the final results, but what we do know is that we have passed the eligibility piece of it. So we are still waiting to get our final answer for that. And then the last one that is on here, we had implement the guaranteed income program. These are carryovers from last year. Obviously, they're created before we actually figure out what our final budget allocations are. And so we just went ahead and left this on there because Rooted Foundation did get funded through ARPA funding, and because they still serve young people, we are in close relation with them. So we actually went ahead and took some of our grant funding for Mayors for Guaranteed Income that was left over, and we have been supporting them with all of their messaging and elevation of that work, because whether it gets funded by the city or through philanthropic dollars, whatever the case may be, we still want to make sure that the message is heard. So that is work that is still ongoing. And it's yellow because it's not actually, wasn't in our budget, but it is something that we are invested in, and it was left over from last year. Any questions before I move forward? Going once, going twice. Okay, 2025. So as said, some of the stuff is ongoing. So programming is ongoing. We're gonna do this every year until. But we are adding on to this. So we got a Bloomberg grant for the Youth Climate Action Fund that we're really excited about. This is one of several Bloomberg opportunities for us to make sure that we get funding directly into the hands of young people, so that way they can continue to do the work of building solutions as it relates to climate. So that's something that's on there. Obviously, we're gonna maintain the ECE millage and the work that has been done on that front. And then continue the work with the Youth Data Hub. So Tier 1, as we said, building that one out. You can expect, we said 18 months, which means we're probably at month 16 now. So matching the city funding, we know that in our last budget, $600,000 was allocated for that. But this is work that is happening across the country, and so there's actually a lot of funders who are excited to continue that work with us. Again, another great partner of ours, aside from all of the Youth Master Plan partners, Ganoff has been a great host to us for this work and is really excited to support the continuation of it and the building out of it. And then I think although this is not really a money ask, but since we're here, one of the other things that's really important to the work of our office is not always about getting dollars, but also understanding what community from the different sectors as it relates to young people are interested in. And so our convenings are probably the biggest bulk of the work that we do. Looking at the Youth Data Hub, we convene the workforce continuum, so making sure that there's clarity about how young people come in and out of the workforce opportunities in the city, making sure that that's clear to all stakeholders. The Youth Justice Collaborative that we work with the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination and obviously several youth advocates and systems partners. And then looking at the spaces that we sit in and occupy. Obviously, it's not feasible for us to be running all the things. And so we join in a lot of spaces, which include Knowing, which does the early education seats. The Youth Master Plan, Youth Force NOLA, grade level reading, Parent Leadership Collaborative, United Way, Resolve Grant, NOLA Cares, and a whole bunch of other places where we make sure that there's connectivity between the city and the state as it relates to people 0 to 24. And then aside from that, which has always been, we continue to do the work with the public libraries and NORD. And then we've also been doing a lot of interdepartmental work as it relates to bus transportation and our lighting, so that, the school zone lighting and all that jazz. Questions about that?
Councilmember Thomas. My apologies.
Yeah, I was going to wait, but I think, but
Yeah, go.
the first of all, thank you guys for what you do. The first part of your presentation touched on a lot of the things that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Except, the budget is one thing, but you mentioned a lot of things. First of all, I want to compliment you guys on what you're working on in terms of coordination and collaboration. Louisiana's 50th in the well-being of children. We still trail most of the other states when you talk about Louisiana's kids. How do we rank in terms of the city, especially since you guys have made this investment for youth and families? Where does this New Orleans rank now, nationally as well as within Louisiana, especially because of the extra efforts that you guys have gone through?
Yeah. So I don't have a specific number for you for that because it would be dependent on what lanes you're looking at. In the context of that, I am happy to make sure that we get specific details back to you. What I will say is this. I think the things that have been measured, which is why the Data Hub is so important to us, the things that have historically been measured don't tell a whole story about our young people. One of the reasons that we'll see over and over is that we're 50th in X, Y, and Z things, or 49th or 48th. That's still true. I mean, those numbers still exist, right? But I think the piece of what we're measuring needs to be changing. So if we're looking at environments, one of the things that we were excited about the Parks Master Plan is that we can say, in this neighborhood, in this region, these are the assets that the physical assets that exist in this place. How does that contribute to the quality of life? So yes, there's the school piece, but what are the outside amenities? Like, what are the other pieces? And those are things that we don't actually have data on, but that is the data that we're interested in, right? So you could be in an average school, but if you have supports via your after-school involvement, via your church community, or your whatever the case is, all of those are protective factors that actually do increase the health and well-being of our community.
And that's really where I'm going, because I've noticed you and your staff are everywhere, whether it's an outdoor event, recreation, whether it's a meeting on economics or Regional Black Chamber. I've seen someone from your office in those spaces. Yeah. So when you're in those spaces and gathering information, do you report back? An example is, we know that Asians and Hispanics have surpassed African Americans in per capita wealth. Hispanics specifically, just while everybody's pushing STEM and engineering and math and science, they've used skilled labor. They've used skilled labor to actually increase their household per capita wealth post-Katrina to surpass the African American community. Is there a conversation with the school board, right, the training facilities, say, hey, hold on a second, right, given this data that's coming out from the data center and other economic reports, we should be focusing on vocational training, skills, that type of workforce development?
Yeah, so the convening that we do with the workforce continuum is to do exactly that. So when we're looking at, especially GNO Inc. is one of our partners in that work. And so we say, what are the things that are coming down the pipeline? And then what is the accessibility for us to be able to say, hey, all of you have been in our K-12 system or our private independent, it doesn't really matter, right? If you're a young person in this system, what is your clear stepping stone to go from here to here? Like, it should not be hard for you to search it. You shouldn't have to have a counselor. They shouldn't have to be all of these things in place for you to know that if I'm interested in this, I go here to do this thing. And so that's what we're trying to build out right now with all of those partners to create more clarity. So we know that there are a host of industries that are vacant. They have vacancies that we can fill. I mean, one thing that has come up more often than not is mechanics. So when we look at our school bus issues, one of the issues with that is, do we have mechanics? And so we say, okay, what is the pipeline for this? And then how do we make sure that's accessible? So that is work, the Office of Workforce Development, the Opportunity Youth Collaborative. There's several different partners who are in that space, so that way we can get clarity on that.
And that leads me to one of my final points, is that as you guys evaluate different programs, and especially in WAED, as opposed to the environment that our families and our young people operate in, not only in the state, but here in New Orleans. One example is, we're touting juvenile crime is down 71%. But we know in the middle 70s it went down, went back up, it went down again in the mid 90s, went up again 2011 and 12, went down again, went up again in the last few years, recently went down again.
Yeah.
Are you guys pairing with organizations and saying, hey, look, these are the programs that we need to match with these efforts so that it's sustainable, not so that we're on that roller coaster where we're bragging about crime going down, and especially now that the FBI has actually readjusted. If you've been reading these national reports, their reports on what's happening with crime may kind of, they've admitted that they're kind of off maybe 6%, right? So what are you doing to say, hey, while its crime is down, it's a good thing. These are some of the things, programs we should have for kids and families so that it's sustainable.
Thanks for asking. I have two answers for that. So sincerely, one of the spaces is from that Youth Justice Collaborative. And so although it initially started with the allocation of the ARPA dollars to the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, one of the most important pieces of that was for us to say, what is the continuum of care that supports that work, right? So putting an assessment center, just dropping something in that does not mean anything in a system that does not have coordination, right? So one of the things that we are doing in that space is saying, before a young person comes in contact with this system, what are all the things that you can be connected to before you even get to this space? And then we say, okay, after you've been a part of this system, what are all the things that you can do that will keep you from going back to this space? Because a lot of those things already exist in community. I mean, I think we hear that a lot. There are people working in our city, and it's really about saying, at what point do you intervene? And then how do we make sure that we're connecting young people back to community, and that in the community they have the safety nets that they need? And like I said, organizations are doing that work. And so the second piece of that, which I am certain you will hear advocates speak on today, is the funding for those organizations. Because we know they exist, but if they only have the funding to sustain 20, and they're like, but we want 100, and our community needs 100, then that takes dollars. And I know that we have depended a lot on philanthropic dollars, but what we're talking about now is opportunity. It's not just the justice system, and the justice system gets a little bit more pizzazz to it, but the reality of it is the work is in everything else. It's in funding everything else, and I think that's actually what a lot of advocates are here today to talk about, which we are in support of.
Well, that's where I'm going,
Yeah.
And that's why I think the chart that you laid out about collaboration, convening, coordination is important, because we will invest on the front end to show that we're knocking crime down. But once crime goes down, we forget about all the people who help make crime go down. And a lot of those programs and funding seems to go away.
And we have been pretty clear that we know that even in this downtime, the downtime is always the opportunity to build safety nets, because it's going to go back up. I mean, that's That's what we know.
Well, we don't want to manifest that.
Well, I'm not trying to, but I am saying, if you don't
we work
plan
with the
for it-
people behind you, we can stop it from going back
I was about
up.
to say, if you don't plan for it, then you get what we've seen.
And so that's where I'm headed. And Mr. Chairman, you know, in studying this, especially the trend, the 70-year trend, we haven't spared any cost of grants to deal with the little bad boys and girls, but we still have the little bad boys and girls. So the question is, who are we working with? How are we investing in them? And I think one of the best times to invest in programs, especially with the men and women who are here, you know, invest in them, make sure they have the funds while we're touting success. Not once we get success, then all of the funding and all of the initiatives go away. So, and I ask that because you consistently talked about coordination and collaboration. Because New Orleans is the green stuff in the social sciences vial. They've been trying to clear it up for 80 years, but it's still toxic.
Yeah.
So how do we begin to have collaboration and coordination where while we're experiencing success, that we're creating an environment where kids don't go back to that same environment?
Yeah. Well, the collaboration is happening. And there, again, will be very specific asks that I'm sure will come from the conversation today. And I do also, aside and apart from just funding programming, because we look at 0 to 24, and we're also looking at, obviously, families, when people say root causes, I also want to make sure that we all talk about the same root causes, that we are all talking about housing, that we're all talking about quality to well-paying jobs, and we're all talking about transportation. And within all of that, yes, there is the work of mental health and trauma, meeting the needs as it relates to trauma. But if we aren't talking about those things when we say root causes, we are not talking about root causes. There is nothing that comes across our table that does not come back to housing, transportation, work, and mental health. None of them in isolation, all of them together. If people are like, why are the prices of these programmings going up? The program price to take care of our children is going up because they're paying for transportation, support with housing, support with work. Like this is what's driving up our costs. So our baseline as advocates for young people is in the realm of housing.
Well, I just want to make sure that while we're bragging about it going down 71%, that we're doing what we need to do so it doesn't go back up 100%. And then there's this initial effort to invest in folk who are working with our kids, you know, and then we have a problem again because the roller coaster has been in 6 or 7 different areas. We've had some of the highest juvenile crime because we haven't dealt with the root causes. We've only dealt with the headlines to say that it's gone down. Thank you.
And if I may add, the collective effort of reducing what is ultimately adverse childhood experiences removes what happens to boys and girls in our community that occurs to them. So I just wanted to add that we really need to.
Yeah, but at some point, this community needs to value its success based on how its largest demographic is doing and how our children are doing. We rate success based on how certain communities are doing or whether the business community is doing well. We don't rate success based on how our children and families are doing. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I want to get back to Councilmember Thomas's collaboration question. So, you know, we've collapsed now sewage and water board and DPW drainage because there's inefficiencies and people point the finger and who's responsible. And then we voiced a lot of times how we don't understand the other day, there's a capital projects, there's resilience, and there's stormwater management. Those seem very similar. And Asia, I agree with you that I think you have to focus on poverty issues, housing issues, transportation in particular, as one of the root causes. So how does the collaboration happen between youth and families and NORD and OCD? I mean, I just, as a practical matter, I think it's, just let me just get this out. I think it's very easy for anybody to say, oh, we collaborate. We're great collaborators. Look at it. But like, how does that functionally happen?
Yeah. I think a good example of this is actually the work that we've been doing with the school buses, just as an example to use. So in 2019, an ordinance was passed so that way the city would start inspecting the school buses for the public schools. And obviously COVID happened and they have not been in compliance. And so this is not an issue that started with the city, right? This is an issue that is as old as our decentralized system. And so when we came in 2022, when Anna Maria and I in particular came in 2022, we picked the ball back up and we said it is actually inappropriate for the city of New Orleans to have children riding on school buses that are not inspected. Yes, the ordinance had gone through, right? So we knew what was supposed to be happening and we also knew it hadn't been. So everyone said, it's the city's not pushing them through. And we were like, well, we're the city, so let's figure out what's going on. We went down to ground transportation and we said, what is happening? And so then since December 4th, 2023, we have been back and forth on a weekly basis with ground transportation. All but our two major bus companies are back in compliance, and this is the first time since the 2019 ordinance has passed, and the first time since our decentralized school system did not have oversight of who is managing bus compliance. So how does it functionally work? It functionally works, and obviously Rick has been great. So, but at this point, it's not just a director conversation, it's with ground transportation. So I literally was in a meeting with them, I don't know, 2 days ago? I was in a meeting with them 2 days ago. So again, remember, I just said December 4th of 2023 is when this started. It is the consistency of doing the work that nobody wants to do. Nobody wanted to say, hey, we're gonna own school buses. The city said, we'll own the school buses, right? The policy, it needs to be revisited. It has a lot of kinks in it. It was put together out of an emergency response, which I think was appropriate. And at the same time, it's not a functional policy for ground transportation, for the schools, for the school buses. I know that because I do it every day. And so, I mean, it takes a lot of capacity, but I also don't want to be in a position where I can say what the issue is, but I can't say what I've done to address that issue. And what I've done is literally every single week, back and forth between the schools, the Charter School Association, NOLA PS, the bus companies attorneys, every single company. And so that's what it takes sometimes. And so that's what we'll do.
Right. I guess, though, what I'm sort of getting to is, and I appreciate that work,
Yeah.
because it has to be done, and from our perspective, there's nothing more frustrating than when we pass an ordinance and it's not enforced.
Right.
So you need people like you and others, and Anna Maria, who are making sure that the push happens. But I guess what I'm sort of getting at is, I guess, two other things. One is, would it be better than to have alignment, because we keep on talking, again, about Councilmember Thomas, and the mayor says this, that, you know, we really need to be approaching all this as public health issues. You're saying no to that. But I mean, I'm just saying.
I was going to say, I'll hear you.
You know, I'm just saying, I'm, you know, look, some of this is playing a little bit of devil's advocate, so I'm asking. But the mayor has said, you know, we need to approach these issues as public health. And so I'm sort of wondering, like, how that fits in with the mayor's vision or separate from it. So that sounds like you have strong ideas about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think my pause for public health was this. When we talk about public health, it automatically goes into triage. Children are always going to be put on the back burner unless it is cutting up, because there's going to be an actual disease. There's going to be actual people who are you know, like there's going to be like other things that keep us from saying, okay, well, if the children aren't cutting up, then we're going to put them on the back burner. And that is actually my pushback for that. You know, any office that's created, it becomes a strategic priority. And I think it's important for the city of New Orleans to keep saying that investing in where our city is headed is a strategic priority. Of course, yes, like we have to feed into different places or whatever, but at this point, we've done it. We've done that work of figuring out how we feed into the different departments and how we work together. That part, I don't actually, if I call any director, I feel really good about that at this point. Like, I feel good about this, but what I am worried about is, in an effort to consolidate things, to streamline things, whatever, we deprioritize something that actually just needs to be our eye on the opportunities and the future of this city. If this office did exist, we would have just folded into something else, and I think we would have been where we've been.
Councilman, that's a very good point. And thank you for somebody finally taking a look at how we define that distinction. Too often when it's been classified as a public health issue, they put them in a cell or a lab, not a home in a community or a program.
And I'm not suggesting that.
Are we just hopping in now?
I'm not, I mean, that's not what I said at all. what I,
You have, no, I was,
We have Freddie and I are both waiting to speak too.
yeah,
So
I-
we can hop
I mean-
in. We can all hop in.
I apologize. I don't want to get you upset.
I appreciate that.
I think what
really
I
do.
said
appreciate it.
was, I agreed with you, and that for too long, we've neglected so many of these issues, and that how we approach all this as a I mean, there is a children's master plan, right?
Youth master plan.
Yeah, so, I mean, the idea of the youth master plan is not to lock people up. The idea is to provide them healthy, safe pathways and try and take all of these disparate systems that are hard to navigate and put them all together.
Right.
And hang on.
Yep.
And what I'm asking is, what is the best way to do that? That's really what I want to do is, they've been neglected for too long. They've been underfunded for too long. And so if we're using resources to do all of that, then how do we make it so we get as much effect for as long as possible?
Yeah. Well, if that is the question, I am more than happy to lay out a whole plan for y'all for how we can do that, because the baseline for it is already created through the youth master plan, so I completely agree with that. And I also want us to move to a place of, yes, these systems, aren't always effective. And there are a host of other things that we can invest in. When I think about the amenities, the well-being, the physical environment, there's so many things that we can invest in. And so we are happy to dig into all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to also just point out, while we're talking about things, that the money was not available in the budget last year for studying these things, and the council inserted the money for the data.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah, so I think we can
they,
all.
they all know that.
I
That's where that
know,
came
but
from.
I just want to be clear because I think while we're talking about making sure that things are safe, that doesn't, and people want to always refer to that as the carceral system, that I think as a group, we've tried very hard to find where that good balance is, and realizing the other side of the root cause has been neglected for so long. So I do it.
Absolutely.
My last question before I cede to Council Members King and Morrell is about return on impact. I don't like the return on impact, because I don't think when you talk about people, you should talk about ROI. That's not what you're trying to measure. But I do think you have to be able, much like we talk about other things, how do we measure what is being spent on, what is being done, and then also, I was going to ask this question, and then also, like, what I worry about, Asia, and I've talked to you this a million times, there's some organizations that already have a lot of publicity and are well-known, like the Children's Museum is here today. Everybody knows about the Children's Museum. But then there's other organizations that are doing work in community that aren't as well-known, and maybe they're coming up and they're getting credibility, but like other people haven't heard about them as much yet. So how do we, again, it's about the balance. How do we balance the organizations that are hitting their marks, organizations that maybe a little bit more gets them there, and the organizations that are now bubbling?
Yeah. Our city council last year did a culture and recreation fund that, in terms of efficiency, was a game changer, because contracting with that many organizations is not possible. It's not possible for our office to do something like that. And everything you ask for, we have that information. We can do that. The question would be, is anyone interested in putting up that kind of money for us to do it? From the last iteration of it, Anna Maria, my partner in crime over here, she went and she pulled where everything was spent, from what council district, how much, to where to go, how many. I mean, I think I may have shared that with you, but happy to share it with anyone else. We went through to see, like, where is the money going, and we're happy to do it again. I mean, literally, we're happy to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess.
But we know who the people are.
You know what because we're getting ready to make those decisions. And look, just speaking at least for myself, and I know my colleagues will all agree with this, when you have that type of money, you want to make sure it's doing the best that it can.
Oh, I'm telling you right now, we know exactly where.
Yeah, all right.
These things to go.
Thank you all. Councilmember King, Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso. Ms. Howlett, I appreciate your efforts. It's a tough job you have. I have a couple questions as it relates to projects on the West Bank. I've been to several on the East Bank. I've seen the Pathways program. I've talked to the children and the parents that it has made a positive impact on. But the ones on the West Bank have to travel to Central City. When will we see something on the West Bank in Algiers?
Yeah, two pieces of that. One of the reasons and for quick history, the New Orleans Youth Alliance initially stood up through the Youth Master Plan, initially stood up the Youth Program Directory. And so what we've done this year, which is like the reboot of it, which is what I'm proposing to present to y'all also, is to be able to put all of the programs that exist in our city in this database. So the programs are currently entering all their stuff right now. One of the features of that is that we can see a map of where everything exists. One of the reasons that we're really invested in getting the funding is so we can say, hey, we're looking at the city, we're looking at the programs, and we see that it's sparse over here. We don't want that to be the case. We're trying to see an even blanket of opportunities across the city. It's not just in the space of mentoring. I think we have a lot of people who get really excited about, like, I do mentoring, and I think that is great. And there are a host of other things that young people are invested in doing that can also be sources of mentorship, right? Wherever there are intergenerational spaces that are engaging young people, you can have mentorship. But we are interested in making sure that there is not only programming across the city, but diversity in that programming across the city. So when people default and they say, oh, Nord, I'm like, I love Nord, love the libraries, right? That we work very closely with them, obviously. There has to be more than that. And so that's what we're interested in. So the same kind of programs, the small ones that are starting, all of those, we want them to flourish. There's no reason why a young person should have to hop in a car to go somewhere when there is a time when in community you could just engage. So, yeah, I mean,
So how do we make that? It's been a few years now. I've been asking.
Costs money.
Huh?
Costs money.
Okay, it costs. That's a good one. How much does it cost?
It depends on the program, depends on what they're trying to do, right? Like if you look at some, they'll say, hey, I do this program where we take them to 18th Ward, right? So their overhead looks different than someone who has a brick and mortar, right? So I don't know what it's gonna cost for that specific thing, but if someone is interested in doing it, then we want to support them doing it. We want to support the city of New Orleans having a robust ecosystem of ways for young people to engage in our city. At the end of the day, especially as a mother, I don't want to feel like I have to leave our city in order to have opportunity. So, yeah.
So I want to say one last thing. You mentioned, and I 100% agree with you. You say kids ought to get put on the back burner. I find that to be the case a lot. So many different groups kind of jump the line, and kids get mentioned once they do something wrong, but they're kids, and eventually you keep ignoring them for various reasons. They're going to do something wrong. But I just want to narrow down the kids that get put on the back burner. It's usually young black kids that get put on the back burner, and if you go even further, it's young black boys. That's why JGIC is about 98% young black boys. Look at the PD's office. That's a lot of, I don't have the exact numbers, but I know it's above 80 young black men. So we know the demographic that needs the most help, and we put them on the back burner until they cry out for help, and then we all confuse collectively as to why X, Y, Z did A, B, and C. So I think you're right. Kids get put on the back burner, but I want to be very specific. It's usually young black kids and young black boys that get put on the back burner. And I appreciate what you and anyone else can do to highlight, to put them to the forefront. And real quick, Miss, I see she's here with the Children's Museum. Miss White, she invited me to the Children's Museum, and just the amount of just the idea of exposing a child to something different can change their life. And I was shocked when I went there, the lack of black representation at the Children's Museum. And I know she's trying to change that, but that's something that's simple. It seems simple, but kids don't know where it is, and they have no idea what it's like to go there. I just think small things like that can change a kid's trajectory.
Funny you should say that. Let me tell you why your Children's Museum is here. So in order for us to make sure that there is representation, so not just of race, but that also means economics, that also is going to be ability. In order to do all of those things, it costs money. And so what ends up happening is that we watch a lot of institutions decline in quality because as they try to open their doors for accessibility and there isn't the cost differential taken care of, then we watch some of our best things fall apart. And so when we look at our assets, and so the Children's Museum, just like I would look at our library system, just like I would look at NORD, our Children's Museum is an institution that is incredibly special. And if we say that we want everyone to have access, that means that they are not charging some families full price to make sure they get there. Where does that money come from? If we say that we are concerned with the varying abilities of young people, so I think about like sensory needs, I think about young people with autism, I think about young people with other exceptionalities. In order for them to physically build an environment that matches those needs, it's gonna cost money to maintain it. And so that's one of the reasons that we are really invested in making sure that an entity like the Children's Museum is here, because you're right. That's actually why we started doing NOLA Readers 2.0 with them 2 years ago. So that way we can make sure that all of the public schools, their second graders, 2.0, isn't that cute? All of their second graders were able to go to the Children's Museum for free. So our office did that with the Children's Museum. And so we're looking at how do we get away from just a program and get to changing the institution. And so that's what we're interested in. We don't want it to be a program. Programs can change based off of leadership. How do we make sure that the institution sustains over time? And so you're right. I think it's an incredibly special place. I'm biased. I'm youth and families.
All right, Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. Got a couple of points. I'm going to kind of go all over the place, so hopefully you can follow with me. So based on your budget, 24 million is basically passed through for the early child education millage. And your operating is, with all your programming, is about 938,000, which means if you are a nonprofit managing a fund, you'd have a 4% overhead, which is pretty fantastic. I mean, mostly when you're looking as a person looking to donate to a nonprofit, usually the operating budget's around 35% is ideal. So as a manager of services, the services you provide, 4% is pretty stellar. So I want to start by saying that. I did find your example with the buses a little jarring.
Yeah.
And I say that because I appreciate that you stepped in to own that situation, but I think that's kind of indicative of a general problem we have in city government, which is that if ground transportation did its job, you wouldn't have to step in. And let me give you another example. We have been dealing ongoing with an issue of having issues with parking enforcement and the harassment of Mardi Gras Indians when they're doing Super Sunday. And it's not the responsibility of the mayor's office of culture funding to go over there and say, guys, stop harassing the Mardi Gras Indians. I appreciate you owned it, but if the council passed an ordinance saying do X, someone should have been doing X. And the problem I feel like we have in government is that we have people who in very specialized roles who have to step in and mediate, and I'm glad you did it, but I don't feel like we should normalize that. I think if the council passes an ordinance, an agency should try to follow the ordinance, and when agencies don't follow it and groups like you have to step in, that's more of, I'm glad you were the solution, but it does not address the underlying problem. So like I said, I appreciate you stepped in. You shouldn't have had to have stepped in. When it comes to the funding issue, I will honestly tell you the reason why, from my perspective, one of the reasons why the Youth and Culture Fund exists is because of fundamental disagreement with the way your organization was previously run. And I say that because I have tremendous issues when you centralize money and funding decisions in an agency that is directly in the executive branch, because then my experience dealing with council members when I came in was that it becomes who's cool with the mayor and the executive branch and who will get their programs funded. And from my perspective, the reason why the council fund exists is because I feel like council members in our interaction with the agencies in their district know who needs funding, and there should be a more robust, open-ended ability for organizations that need funding to go directly to their council members through GNOF to try and seek funding. Now, I do think there is some economy and efficiency in working with their agency to get more people to apply to the council fund, as well as helping to maybe vet those groups. But I think GNOF has done, and you've worked with GNOF, they do a tremendous job doing that. I think there's an opportunity there. I'm really interested on your data collection piece. I do think that there is value there. I guess my question is, are y'all collecting raw data to provide on a dashboard, or are you interpreting data?
So, to the GNOF piece.
Right.
If there was another iteration, we actually support the GNOF route also.
Right.
I think it's actually just the process, which I think gets to what you were saying. So there actually, I don't think is misalignment on that front. To the data piece.
Right.
So we're actually interested in both. So the narrative of the numbers is probably more valuable than the numbers themselves, because obviously it changes the way that we discuss young people. And so what we're saying is there are a host of entities that are collecting data, and we're saying let's feed them together so we can just get a holistic story. Some pieces, for example, if I think about CRA, Center
Education Research Alliance. So
thank you. They have been collecting data, but theirs is for a very specific lane of storytelling that they're trying to get to. So I don't want the totality of that, because I'm not trying to get to a specific story, but for you to already have population information, I want that, right? If you already have these different pieces, how did they come together? So like I said, the data center, Cowan Institute, our universities, there are partners who do data analytics beyond my skill set. Part of the 600 that Councilmember Giarrusso was talking about is for someone to do all of the putting it together pieces for us, but the outcome of it is not just to have a dashboard. Obviously, you would be able to publicly see it. We want people to publicly see it. But we also want to make sure that there is context that is associated with those data points.
I think it's important to differentiate between the two, because I will say that the council provides, for criminal justice, a dashboard of basically what the raw data is. And as you said, there are a tremendous amount of different groups, particularly nonprofits, that interpret the data to kind of see whether or not it fits their model. And I do think there is a lack of centralized data available to all the various groups that are trying to interpret it. Because on one hand, I appreciate the Cowan Institute, just like I appreciate, the various organizations that promote charter schools and say how charter schools are great. And it's like they do that by interpreting the data to say charter schools are great. I think that as a city agency, it would be very helpful to have raw data so a variety of groups who want to interpret the data can look at it and defend their interpretation based upon a data set that everyone agrees is an accurate data set. So, I think there's certainly a value in centralizing somebody tasked with collecting that specific data, because I don't think that really exists right now.
As I say, and a steering committee exists to make sure that we are mindful of these different pieces too. So if there is anyone from anyone's office who wants to join the steering committee, we actually do have a council spot for that.
And as a on last term board member of the Children's Museum, I do want to highlight something that's kind of like a pet peeve of mine. And since speech and debate protects me from people assaulting me up here while I talk about it, I understand people get frustrated about the availability of and the access to agencies like the Children's Museum. And I do think there is a tension that exists in government, because that is kind of the same way I feel about the Audubon Zoo. The difference is the Audubon Zoo gets public money. And I think the reality is that if the Children's Museum does not get money from the city of New Orleans through millages, City Park and the Audubon Zoo both receive city dollars through millages. And I have had issues and continue to have issues that Audubon Zoo charges Orleans Parish public school kids money to go on field trips to the Audubon Zoo when their parents are paying taxes to fund the Audubon Zoo. And I think that part of where there needs to be a conversation of chicken and egg is that if you want more accessibility, you have to put up public funding because you have to keep the lights on at all these different institutions. But that being said, the city historically does not hold organizations accountable when we even give them public money. Because I would argue that it certainly should have been part of the debate, public debate, and I was not at the council at the time when it happened, that when Children's Museum, when the City Park and Audubon Zoo were receiving millage dollars, that conversation was not had. Because it is offensive to me that public school kids, their parents have to come up with money for an entrance fee when they're getting public dollars. It's just, put that out there. I do want to highlight something, and it won't just be for you, I'm going to bring it with Nathaniel too. I don't think anyone realizes that in the charter of the city of New Orleans, we actually have a Department of Human Services that does not exist. It's in the charter currently. We have a Department of Health and a Department of Human Services. And the reason why I cite that is that there's so many agencies that are created by mayors that do not exist in the charter that when a mayor rolls off, the agencies go away. And that is, I do appreciate that every mayor has the ability to create their own agencies whole cloth. I mean, that in itself, and Joe and I get that, is problematic because theoretically that shouldn't happen, but it creates a lack of continuity between mayors. When you look at the challenges that face our youth, that face our elderly, and that face our homeless, who are all kind of like the groups that are historically underfunded, underutilized, not focused on until the worst case scenarios happen, I really am wondering, it's not just this mayor, this is, at least since the last charter revision in 1994, Human Services has been in the charter, and no mayor has actually appointed a person to run it. And there is certainly an opportunity, whether, probably not with this mayor at this point in her term, but with future mayors, it would make a lot of sense to centralize the organizations that are doing direct outreach like yours, like Nathaniel with homelessness. We don't really have, I guess we theoretically have something that deals with the elderly, but not as focused as you guys are. But it just seems like a missed opportunity when there's a charter recognized department that could create that continuity. And so just something that I think there should be a conversation about as we look to a next mayor and next term. But a concern everyone should have is, regardless of how much this mayor or this council supports your office really exists because a mayor created you, not really in statute even, which means that I will tell you what was jarring for me is between the Cantrell administration and Landrieu administration. At the end of the Landrieu administration with the Office of Resilience, it had almost 20 people working there. Within the first year, there were 2. And that office has only recently gotten a focus again to rebuild, but all that's because when you have these offices that aren't really offices, they really are at the whims of administration to administration. You don't see that jarring a shift between DPW from mayor to mayor as far as how they're staffed, how they're budgeted, and how they're treated. And there has to be some kind of conversation about how do we create continuity between administrations for things we prioritize. And obviously we all prioritize our kids. There needs to be a place for you guys to be that's permanent. Because right now, though we have you in our budget, you're kind of a gray organization because you were never created by ordinance, which is really one of the most basic ways to create an organization. So it's almost like the difference between having a real agency or a president creating an executive order. The next president can just yank it and then you disappear. And there's literally no protection for you, no protection for your staff, no protection for your programming. The best thing you guys have going is that the early childhood millage mentions you. But what I would tell you is when the Louisiana government consolidated our levy boards, the Orleans Parish Levy Board still exists. It has no staff and no members. It's a fund to collect money. And I want to be sure everyone realizes that just because you're recognized in the millage, a future mayor could say, I'm going to appoint somebody for $30,000 a year to sit in this office to collect the money and distribute it, and that would undermine what your mission is. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to figure out how we have somewhere. I know that you visibly recoiled to the health department kind of illusion, but you have to go somewhere because that's the only way to protect continuity because you don't really have protection right now at all. So that's more of a comment. The last thing I want to say is, nope, I think that's it. I mean, I appreciate, like I said, as an organization, if you're viewed as a nonprofit managing funds, which to a lot of degree you are, you're like one of the top 1% nonprofits in the United States at 4% as your management costs.
We can.
I know. So, I mean, you're doing a stellar job. It's just, I think the concern everyone has is it's continuity. We have to figure out a way to create that baseline continuity so that the work you're doing continues into the future without a date certain of getting chopped off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to apologize for jumping in, but we have a history when we're trying to make a point where people will jump in and say something. And I thought you made a very good point about coordination. I really wasn't trying to hurt anybody's feelings. So I really, really do apologize for that. I'm usually not that sensitive, but it won't happen again. And if we're going to follow the rules, because we have histories where we don't. Right. If a member wants to say something, especially if it's to that point. So I really wasn't trying to disrespect you or hurt anyone's feelings. So please forgive me.
Not completely unnecessary. I'm stumbling because it's so unnecessary, number one. And number two, if we're on the point, let's talk about the point. And look, here's the last thing. I'm one of 7 elected people up here. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. And if I say something, then let's have the conversation about it because I think that's what's so important. Asia, we have a lot of cards here. I want to get to everybody. So do you have like a lot more that you feel like you need to cover? I feel like we've plumbed and plowed a lot of ground that I just want to, we've seen the presentation. We appreciate the work. I think this has spurred a lot of conversation because of how important everybody realizes that it is. And we want to make sure that importance is highlighted. And I think that's why you saw so much today.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Like I said, we just have, I think it's like personnel, we're understaffed, grow us. We're okay with that. There's a, whatever.
Yeah.
But,
well, all right. So I'm going to say this out loud. One of the things I'm thinking about, I have not committed to this, okay? So this is a thinking out loud, is potentially taking a pot of money and moving it into escrow and then just saying we have to think about which departments need to grow, all right? Because we've had DBE here who says they don't have enough people. Safety and permits doesn't have enough people. DPW doesn't have enough people, but then also said, well, we don't know if we're funding people the right way. So I'm thinking the way, I'm just thinking, well, Brandy, I guess what I'm worried about is also, I know a lot of times people are always going to say, I need more people, or if I had this, I could do the job easier. I'm thinking the smart way to do it may be to take the pot of money, put it to the side, and then let's have a really good plan for the first quarter. So that way we're not cutting people's knees off beneath them. And then on the other hand, if we're not paying people enough, we're not putting money into the budget unnecessarily, right? So you have all these FTEs on paper that you're never ever going to fill. P.S. like DPW is not going to hire 50 people in the first 3 months, even if they tried to also. So what I'm wondering is it better for us to kind of put on the side, have something else on the side, and then as we know and grow, then we fund more regularly and not wait till the October mid-year to do it. Does that make sense?
That's a great idea. Yes.
Okay. All right, good. I love that. All right. See, everybody working together this morning. All right, I'm going to go through the cards. As Mr. Burnside knows, I'm kind of a stickler for 2 minutes. And so since we have so many, I'm really going to try and ask everybody to hold to that. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Jake Vin Wheeler, Katie Hunter Lowry, Michael Burnside, first 3.
Good morning, Council. I'm Jakivia Wheeler,
Thank you.
a District D resident and a Senior Research Associate with the Louisiana Office of the Vera Institute of Justice, which is a member of the Big Easy Budget Coalition. I request an additional $10.7 million for the Office of Youth and Families because investing in youth and families stood out among top 5 city investment priorities of your constituents. The Big Easy Budget Coalition survey seeks to understand the community's priorities for how the city invests its resources to make for a more safer, more thriving city. This summer, we engaged the public at dozens of public meetings and events, at some of which we encountered council members Harris, Green, Morrell, and Thomas. The coalition appreciates those of you who have commended our efforts, and for those of you who facilitated our presence at certain events. We also thank Councilmember King for allowing a presentation of our results to the Community Development Committee last month. So far, we've analyzed nearly 400 survey responses from Orleans Parish residents across all 5 city council districts. We heard from your constituents that across several public service and city infrastructure domains, 88 to 92% believe the city spends too little on safe and affordable housing, mental health services, programs and services for low-income families and individuals, education, and opportunities for youth. Of the hundreds of freely written responses to the prompt asking for residents' top priorities for city investments, education was number 1, and opportunities for youth was number 4. Your constituents shared that education as well as opportunities for youth encompass improvements in out-of-school time learning and enrichment opportunities for youth and their families, cultural and arts programs, and workforce development programs, all of which this council supports and are all included among the services and supports the Office of Youth and Families seeks to expand with the requested investment. As declared by the community, an additional $10.7 million investment will ensure that youth have the homes, schools, and communities they deserve. Investing in our youth and families is investing in our future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Katie Hunter Lowry, Michael Eric Burnside, Chandra Shea Foster. Nice to see you back.
Hello, good morning, y'all. My name is Katie Hunter Lowry. I'm a senior program associate with Vera Louisiana. And as my colleague just shared, the Big Easy Budget Coalition cares deeply about this office and these issues. We are a diverse group of individuals and social justice organizations that build thriving communities and address the root causes of violence. You will see us a lot this budget season as we advocate in key investments for affordable housing, violence prevention, youth development, and community equity. And we're here because we know that the youth are our future. If we want it to be bright, we have to help them thrive. Now is the time to invest in safe, thriving communities. And financially, investing in youth is the best return on our investment. A community that is safe for our young people is safe for all of us. And our young people, by which we mean birth to 24 years old, is 30% of our city's population, yet investments are not being made to fully represent this population. We want all of New Orleans children to have high-quality amenities, essentially recreational and enrichment options, and the Office of Youth and Families plays a really central role, as y'all heard, in realizing this vision of a safe and thriving New Orleans. As my colleague Jakivia shared, we found through our coalition survey that the public strongly supports more investment in youth beyond schools. By funding the budget proposed by our coalition, the Big Easy deal, the city will move closer to supporting young people with what they need.
30 seconds.
Our Big Easy deal requests an additional investment of $10.7 million in this office. This aligns with the youth master plan and will help build capacity, strengthen support networks, and increase youth and family voice in bids, contracts, and evaluations with the city. We won't see a return on an investment in youth without the council making the investment and allocation. So we ask that y'all fund this office's budget in alignment with our Big Easy deal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Michael Burnside, Chandra Shea Foster, Erica Jupiter.
Michael Eric Burnside. So first thing is to thank Asia for getting our school buses inspected, which is good. You should have maybe mentioned the summer jobs, the 1,000 summer jobs that the council put into the budget. Maybe the youth passes with RTA. Maybe mention where the ARPA money is going when it goes away. On a slightly more serious note, you maybe should address the debt service. Why do you have it? And it's not part of Board of Liquidation of Debt because it's unusual for a department to carry $600K in debt. Your revenue page should have mentioned what Councilperson Morrell brought to our attention, that the vast majority of your other operating is actually ECE money. And you should give credit to the various philanthropic people like Bloomberg who give you the small remaining bits of your money. Revenue pages are always good. Talking to Nord, you should mention A.L. Davis Park's pool, which has not been available for children for several years now. And you might mention to the public libraries that the Central City Library should be open for children. So working with other people, I'm sure, is quite complicated, but we need as much help as you can give us. I don't like the fact that our schools close during summer. I was a public school teacher for 10 years. I think it would be better to have the schools open for 4 hours a day every day of the year than to have 6 or 8 hours for half of the year. I think children forget a great deal during summer, including
30 seconds.
Reversals of their literacy ability. I think that everybody's Form 990 should be on a web page where it can be easily found. I also think the fact that we have a large number of illiterate black men in this city is harmful to their employment, which means as children they were not taught to read. So I think literacy is very important. And the last thing I'll point out is if we can spend $75 million funding bonds for airport, we can spend some money for our children.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Chandra Shea Foster, Erica Jupiter, Michelle Seymour.
Good morning. My name is Chandra Shea Foster, and I'm a policy associate with the Southern Poverty Law Center and a member of the Big Easy Budget Coalition. I'm here today in support of the Office of Youth and Families and asking for $10.7 million towards youth development. In my role at SPLC, I work to stop laws on the state and local level that could be harmful to the community while striving daily to push for progressive change. I first want to speak to this issue of investment as a public policy need. It is good public policy to make sure that the youth are invested in and that this department is fully funded. When properly funded, the services they provide will help to nurture the next generation of ensuring long-term societal benefits by investing in education, job training, mental health services, and recreational opportunities. These initiatives help prevent crime, reduce poverty, and promote positive development. They empower young people with the skills and resources needed to become productive, engaged citizens. But I also want to stand here today and speak to this as a resident of Orleans Parish, a person who's lived in the 5th Ward, the Mid-City Bayou St. John City Park neighborhood. We've already heard and will continue to hear about statistics and what the numbers and data and research show. And that factually based information is very important. But what is equally important is remembering the actual living, breathing individuals that those numbers and data and research represent. I love this city and my neighborhood. I know my neighbors and their children by name, and they know me. We have each other's phone numbers. So I want to speak to this aspect when I say it is detrimental to the very heart and soul of this city that OYF is fully funded. There were several people that were here earlier that were not able to speak and had to leave because they had to get back to work and other obligations. Those neighbors, those people that I know that I live with, and they want this department to be fully funded. They believe in it just the way I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Erica Jupiter, Michelle Seymour, and is it T.A. Davis? And if I get it wrong, like I said, please let me know. I want to get it right. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Families and Friends of Louisiana's Incarcerated Children, FLIC. Our organization has been around for 20 years, and it was founded in 2001 by a group of parents who were concerned about the abuse and violence in youth prisons. We advocate for evidence and community-based solutions and alternatives to incarceration. We know that we can have stronger and safer communities when we have more equitable communities. We need living wages for workers, affordable housing, schools that are trauma-informed and implementing restorative practices. We need culturally competent curriculum, access to physical and mental health care, recreation and activities for our youth, and other community investments. That's why FLIC has a 3-point platform that focuses on mental health, education, and poverty. In recent months and years, it has been shocking to hear the tough on crime rhetoric and proposals regarding youth that we know will increase harms to the family structure by expanding incarceration. We need to stop wasting money on Band-Aid and gangbuster approaches that do not address the underlying causes of youth crime, which we see are still decreasing over the past several years. Investments in our youth and families is the real solution. We need to invest money into our youth, families, and communities and into organizations that can provide better solutions for our families and children. This is why we support the CYPB's Youth Master Plan solutions that represent community investments and needs to be included in the Office of Youth and Families 2025 budget. In particular, expanding the out-of-school time learning and enrichment programs, coordinating and building capacity for the network of youth workforce development partners, strengthening the caregiver support network for families with systems-impacted youth, and then increasing the youth and family voice in bids, contracts, and evaluations with the City of New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle Seymour, T.A. Davis, Andrea De Vera.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Seymour. I'm here with the New Orleans Youth Alliance. I'm also a lifelong resident of New Orleans. I'm an educator of 15 years, and I also co-convene the New Orleans Opportunity Youth Collaborative, which is in partnership with the city's Office of Youth and Families. When I talk about community, I think of New Orleans and community being our greatest asset. And if we believe in having a future for all, then that includes a better future for our young people. The Youth Master Plan is our North Star in ensuring that young people and their families have the optimal programs, which includes a $10.7 million investment in the Office of Youth and Family to expand out-of-school time and enrichment for young people. In the city of New Orleans, we have the fourth largest number of opportunity youth, which is young people 16 to 24 who are disconnected from school and work. Despite being a city of only 350,000, we rank fourth in the highest number of opportunity youth in the 50 largest metropolitan cities across the country. In 2021, the New Orleans Youth Alliance, we launched the Re-Engagement Center, which was supported by the Office of Youth and Family. And in just 3 years, we've built a collaborative of 19 members strong, including our New Orleans Public Schools, New Orleans Public Libraries, and recently Ochsner, which is the largest employer here in the state of Louisiana. And since then, we've been able to create data that not only informs our successes, but also informs the way that we show up for young people. And so in just 1 year, we've reduced the population of opportunity youth in the city by 4%. Think what we can do if we had a $10.7 million investment in the support of our city council behind us. And I will lastly say, regardless of what administration or mayor stands in that seat, we and our people, we deserve an Office of Youth and Families. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, T.A. Davis, Andrea De Vera, Monique Robinson. All right, so Davis with the LCCR is not here. All right, Andrea De Vera. And again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Thank you. My name's Andrea Daviera.
Okay.
I'm a psychologist and a postdoctoral research fellow at the Violence Prevention Institute at Tulane. I'm here because I'm firmly advocating for investment in the youth development through the Big Easy deal. The research that I'm aware of and the research that I conduct on youth development is very clear. Investing in youth after-school programming, investing in workforce development for young people, and supporting youth that have been impacted by the criminal legal system are direct ways that we can invest in our future, prevent violence, and build a safer community of New Orleans. The Big Easy deal does this by investing $10.7 million into the Office of Youth and Families and allowing them to carry out this really necessary work. In particular, opportunities provided through this deal would empower young people to not only become engaged members of society, but also take leadership roles in addressing issues that directly affect them. The city is rich in culture, history, and potential, but the young people that are here are facing too many barriers to reach their full potential. With the right support, they can really overcome these barriers, and we can thrive as the city that we should be. So I just want to conclude by saying this deal was created through listening to the New Orleans community and listening to young people, and so funding that is really going to let us live up to our values. I'll see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Yeah, you can't cede your time, but thank you. All right, Monique Robinson, Sierra Gaines, and Denisha Carter. Is Monique still here? She had to leave. Okay. By the way, you had 2 cards, but we're doing 1. Sierra Gaines, no longer here. Denisha Carter, no longer here. Ashley Flott, And then the last couple of cards, and again, if I'm saying your name wrong, I apologize. Radhika Ellis, Tiffany White, and Maggie Horn. Go ahead.
All right, good morning. My name is
Morning.
Ashley Flood. I'm an OY ambassador at the Reengagement Center in New Orleans Youth Alliance. Funding. Youth being prioritized is a holistic approach to justice. Investment in youth development is not only beneficial to economic development, but civic engagement. Funding for youth organization will increase and expand outreach within community that builds them where they've been broken, and adequate investment is the sustainability, which is the true return of impact that we're looking for. That's it.
Thank you very much. All right. Is Radhika Ellis here? No? Okay, I know Tiffany White is here. And Maggie Horman, and then Caroline Durham submitted a card in support but not speaking. All right?
Thank you for Tiffany White, Louisiana Children's Museum CEO. Thank you for the opportunity to stand here before you this morning in support of the Office of Youth and Families. I want to first thank you for your support of the Louisiana Children's Museum. We recognize that this is a difficult process, this budget deliberation, and we appreciate the time, the consideration, and the intention that you are employing as you go throughout this. As a leader of the Louisiana Children's Museum, I want to give you a few points to consider as you continue your deliberation. First of all, Louisiana Children's Museum is an amazing resource for our city. I'm on the board of the International Association of Children's Museums. I've seen a lot of children's museums over the course of my career, and I will say that Louisiana Children's Museum rivals any children's museum in this country. It's an amazing asset for our children and our families. This asset deserves and needs support from many stakeholders in order to be successful and to continue to exist for years and years to come. We consider the city of New Orleans one of those important stakeholders. In our new strategic agenda, which is grounded in the Youth Master Plan, the New Orleans Youth Master Plan, it highlights a very important organizational objective for us, and that is to expand access.
30 seconds.
All children in our city deserves to learn, develop, and play at Louisiana Children's Museum. Expanding access to those children with special needs, children who speak different languages, children with varying abilities to pay. We are also aging up to older children. Why? Because we know that exposure changes the trajectory of lives. Aging up allows us to be a part of the workforce development conversation and the resulting impact. I want to leave you with
That's your time.
goodbye. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Well played. Maggie Horman.
Good morning. My name is Maggie Herman. I'm with the New Orleans Children and Youth Planning Board, or CYPB. We are in partnership with the Office of Youth and Families, the New Orleans Youth Alliance, and many other community-based organizations and city departments in New Orleans to plan and facilitate the Youth Master Plan, which we are excited to hear many times. It is our North Star for positive youth development in this city. I want to bring some words from that plan into the room. This is a vision that the young people have named that the children of New Orleans are not broken or damaged. We can rise above circumstances and have the ability to define our own path. We are beautiful. We believe in our healing, our restoration, and our future. The plan is rooted in that vision, and we know to make that vision real, both in our current day and in the future, it takes investment in an office that is about positive youth development, like the Office of Youth and Families. They have been a crucial partner in systems navigating, in making the changes needed, in coordinating with community providers, and we stand also in partnership and collaboration with the Big Easy Budget Coalition, who is advocating for an additional $10.7 million in OIF to serve community-based, or to serve young people through community-based organizations, to improve youth and family voice through the procurement process to ensure that nonprofits of all sizes can continue to serve young people, to invest in the continuum of care from birth all the way through 24, and to make sure that our networks are connected for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, that will conclude Youth and Family. Thank you all very much. Next up is Office of Criminal Justice Coordination.
My graduation better be. Oh, thank you. All right. We'll just let the noise subside for a second so that way we can hear you. All right, I would just ask if you're in chambers, please keep it down so we can afford OCJC the respect they deserve so they can be heard. Commissioner?
Good morning, Council President Moreno, Vice President Morrell, Budget Chair, Mr. Giarrusso, and all other council members. I have with me at the table my Chief of Staff, to my right, to your left, Kate Hoatley, our Interagency Coordinator, to my left, Adrienne Tobler, and also the Budget Director, Brandy DeLarge. So we'll go right into our progress on our 2024 department goals. Allocate and monitor federal and state victim services and criminal and juvenile justice block grants. Our grants division has stayed busy since September of 2023, has secured and administered over $7 million in public funding. I want to highlight this allocation also includes securing 2 community project funding requests from Congressman Troy Carter, $963,000 to support violence intervention programs through the Health Department. Also, $2.4 million from Senator Cassidy to purchase equipment and software for the crime lab to reach accreditation on the DNA lab. Also want to thank Senator Jimmy Harris, who has also contributed to and continue to support public safety for allocating public safety funds from Act 170 and Act 397. Our next coordination, full adoption of new cloud-based interagency records. This year, OCJC has been incredibly dedicated to facilitate data-driven decision-making, which includes producing weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual reports regarding our jail population. We also have produced specialized analysis for identified topics among our stakeholders, like the projected impact of Raise the Age. Thirdly, support public safety agencies through interagency coordination and advertisement on evidence-based, data-informed policy making and best practices. We continue to support the Sandy Krasnoff Criminal Justice Council and the interagency coordinating body to include the jail population management subcommittees. Importantly, when we see a need for coordination, we build a table. In that, addition to facilitating coordination, we also support our key public safety intervention programs, pretrial services. In September alone, the pretrial services at Criminal District Court team administered 590 public safety assessments, actively supervised 169 cases, and received 58 supervision referrals. Our Evening Reporting Center continues to operate as an alternative to detention program to reduce the amount of youth who enter and re-enter JJIC. From January 1, 2024 to September 30th, the ERC has had 32 young people enrolled in a program with 21 youth referred and 21 youth accepted. Throughout its 4.5 years of operation, the program has over a 90% success rate. Next slide is our 2024 department goals. Support the New Orleans Reentry Task Force to support returning citizens and reduce recidivism. OCJC remains committed to our returning citizens. Most recently, I attended the first 72 plus 10-year gala and was heartened to see so many and reminded of the amazing work that we have done. We flagged this goal as slightly a risk in lieu of all of the recent legislation passed during both the second special session and the regular session of the Louisiana Legislature. In partnership with TCA and in response to the concern raised regarding the legislation, we have hosted multiple educational events to this legislation to include 2 strategy sessions, one held at our Safety and Justice Challenge partners in City Park, and one was held at the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club. We dedicated a panel at the Public Safety Summit to address the changes and will participate in the Louisiana Network meeting hosted by the Justice Management Institute later this fall. Increase community engagement efforts to improve transparency within the criminal legal system and champion holistic community-based approaches to public safety. OCJC believes that community engagement is the key of good governance. And so we dedicated a lot of our time this year to beginning community and supporting partners to host events. One particular successful event I would like to highlight was the Warrant Reduction Clinic. It took a lot of collaboration, coordination with our law department, Traffic and Municipal Court, City Attorney's Office, Court Watch NOLA, the courts, the judges. It was a well-attended event. In that event, the outcome was 640 cases was addressed, $375,411 and $50 in fines were waived. In the partnership with Total Community Action, implemented comprehensive plan to advance racial equity and institutionalize criminal legal system reform. Since 2016, New Orleans has been part of the Safety and Justice Challenge, and since 2019, we have received 5 grants totaling $4 million, with 2 of those awards being received this year. Moving on to our 2025 goals. We will continue to allocate and monitor federal and state victim services and criminal and juvenile justice block grants. Continue to support the Justice Tech Modernization Program to coordinate full adoption of the new cloud-based interagency record system. We'll continue to support public safety agencies through interagency coordination. We will continue to provide regular reporting to facilitate data-driven decision-making and provide opportunities for stakeholders to come together to solve challenges. In partnership with Goodwill and TCA, support the New Orleans Reentry Task Force to support returning citizens and reduce recidivism. Continue to engage the community to increase transparency around the criminal legal system in collaboration with our community partners. In partnership with the Office of Youth and Families and ARPA implementation team, we will continue to establish of the Juvenile Assessment Center through selecting a community-based operator and technical assistant provider to support the implementation of the Assessment Center and allocation of prevention and intervention funding. Personnel organizational chart is as printed. OCJC has continued to leverage grant funding and support positions, including a community engagement liaison to support OCJC community engagement initiatives. OCJC has worked over the past 5 years to fill vacancies with the support of the CAO's recruitment team and civil service. We're continuing to look for a grants director to support our grants team. Our personnel, our 2024 actuals is 9. We have 9 staff. Our 2025 remains the same. OCJC grant staff and special assistants or civil service employees, with the remaining staff funded by general fund dollars being unclassified employees. Moving to our 2024 budget summary and 2025 proposed budget. 2024 personnel services, $870,660. Our personnel includes 9 actual employees in OCJC General Fund. Despite full-time personnel remaining the same, 9 positions, our personnel is decreased as pension and health care costs was reduced. Also, our grants department is fully staffed with a grants director, a management development supervisor, 2 grants manager, management development specialist, and a fiscal manager. Last year, we operated with 1 grants director, 1 grants manager, 1 fiscal manager. This year, we have filled the vacancy for the grants manager, but not the grants director, which also accounts for the decrease in personnel. OCJC other operating funds include $810 allocation for pretrial services funded at the same allocation as 2024. $600,000 allocation for Evening Reporting Center funded as the same as the allocation for 2024. $17,572 to support operating costs of the office, including printing, phone bills, office supplies, community engagement supplies for meetings, cut by $5,100 for 2024. Remaining $4.925 million in ARPA funding, with $400,000 being spent down, $500,000 which will roll over from 2024 to support emergency funding for victims of crime. OCJC is working with procurement and finance to re-release the RFP to secure an organization to operate this program. We had to re-release because we had no responses.
Why? Why do you think?
We don't know. We re-released it yesterday. So we're moving to our one-time funding, victim and service assistance. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, there is an increased need to provide survivor-centered trauma-informed services to victims and survivors of violence and nonviolent crimes. You see the medical advocacy expansion program, $112,500. The New Orleans Family Justice Alliance Medical Advocacy Program expansion expands its current medical advocacy program to hire staff, conduct outreach and engagement activities with Orleans Parish hospitals and New Orleans emergency medical services providers. Silence is Violence, $112,500 to support wraparound supportive services to survivors and witnesses of homicides through trauma-informed therapy and community-based case management to survivors and witnesses who have identifiable trauma. Criminal Justice Intervention, Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, Advancing Safety and Justice, $250,000. Is facilitated in partnership with Total Community Action. Funding will be allocated to support community-based solutions identified in the blueprint. TCA supported a previous micro grant project with TCA with the support of the Safety and Justice Challenge and funded Free Alice and Operation Restoration with 2 incredible successful projects. The INSTEAD program, Integrated Navigation Services to End Arrest and Detention, is what INSTEAD stands for. It's a program at Ubuntu Village that heals families and communities holistically by offering rapid in-community intervention. INSTEAD identifies individuals with untreated behavior health concerns and MOUs with the New Orleans District Attorney's Office, the Public Defender, and the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office.
Well, Councilmember, hang on one second. Councilmember Thomas, you want to wait to the end because Councilmember Harris has questions, so I just want to see where.
No, Councilmember Harris, go ahead. Absolutely.
Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Sorry to come in in the middle of the presentation. I just want to go to page 13 and 14. The medical advocacy expansion program, we appropriated some money. The victim allies expansion program appropriated some money. And then the advancing safety and justice also appropriated money in 2024, but it's not spent yet. Is that correct? It still remains? So on page 13, it says appropriated 112,500, and then it says remaining 112,500. Did we not spend the 2024 money yet?
No, we have released in March of this year a NOFA to competitively procure the Victims Ally Expansion Program, and we're in the subrecipient process right now with both of those projects starting in 2025, quarter one.
Okay, so it was appropriated in 24. You put out a NOFA
in March.
In March, and we're not going to spend it until 2025?
The process has sort of taken that long. We also have our ARPA team who is here, who can support and talk through that process. We received over 10 applications for over $1.2 million, and then from that process, we've engaged in the subrecipient process. It was just passed by council, I want to say a few weeks ago, and so it's in the signing process right now to begin contracting.
So procurement is the issue?
And the ARPA, so we had some.
And the ARPA?
Yeah.
Okay. And then on Instead, that has been spent. I know Ubuntu's doing a good job with it.
Yes. Correct.
And I'm advocating for funding for 2025, but the 400, that has been appropriated and spent already, and we're asking for more in 2025?
Yes. We met with Max, so we decided, I think an email may have gone out that they're going to operate out of our OCJC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Do you have any more presentation, Commissioner?
Just one more slide.
Okay, go ahead.
And the last slide is the Juvenile Justice Service. In March of 2025, in partnership with the Office of Youth and Families, this is the 4.45 Justice Service. Established a Youth Justice Collaborative as an ongoing collaborative partnership to transform our youth justice system infrastructure. This collaborative was charged with identifying opportunities for expansion and development of service and programs to service system-impacted youth. And that's all that we have. That concludes our.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Thomas, followed by Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Ms. Stevens, for you and your team. I mean, we can't celebrate leading the nation in categories of reduction of crime without at least giving you credit and thanking your office for helping coordinate a lot of those entities. You mentioned recidivism a couple times earlier. What is our current recidivism rate? We know that, especially now since much of the criminal justice reform has been rejected by the state. What levels are we at now? I think the number was several years ago that about 15,000 people would return every year. What's that number and what's the relationship to New Orleans?
I don't have that handy, but I will definitely get it for you. Our data collection analyst is behind us.
Okay.
We have been looking at some other things with the change in legislation on some things, repeat offenders and people that are coming back, both on the juvenile side and the adult side.
Yeah, I think it's important to have that data, Mr. Chairman, especially given the report presentation that the Office of Youth and Families just gave, so we can track who, what, where, how, and when, and maybe how we can intervene and help them and their families. The other thing is, I think several years ago, the state took the reentry program, a successful reentry program that operated out of the Justice Center, and moved it to another parish. Where are we now with working with the state of trying to create another really centralized reentry program? That one was pretty successful. Is there any plan or any move to bring something back to the Justice Center, or where are we now with that?
We are working with our reentry task force in partnership with Goodwill and JRI. It's been a lot of change in the legislation. Adrian here is the lead on the reentry piece. She may have something to add, but that is part of our communication. We actually have a meeting scheduled for October 30th, and that is an agenda item to see how we can move forward with bringing that back.
Any possibility of getting that program back?
The state's regional reentry center is still in Plaquemine Parish.
It was moved from.
It was moved. We don't.
It was moved from
our-
where it was needed.
Right. Our jail is not, our justice center does not currently detain state DOC inmates, so the investment from DOC is at a facility that does house DOC inmates. The sheriff's office.
Now, when you talk about detained, it does operate as a pass-through, though, for many.
It is.
Yeah, on the front end, but
Okay.
when people are being released back into the
Right.
community, they go to Plaquemines
They
before
bring
they're
them to
released.
Plaquemines before they bring them back.
But the sheriff's office did just get a large reentry investment, and the reentry task force is working with her to see how that money is being spent and how we can maximize that investment locally.
Okay. And Commissioner Stevens, I think maybe over a year ago, we met on a communications program you were working on so that the different criminal justice partners could be able to communicate with each other. What is the status of that now, and what are we seeing in terms of the benefits from that program?
Well, it's working. That is part of, are you speaking to the
technology
the technology
contract? Absolutely.
So we're one step closer. We just had a groundbreaking, I would say, press release last week with the sheriff. She has started part of that piece. Nathaniel Weaver's in the audience to talk about where we are. I know that we are launching Marks 43 with the police departments. That's supposed to go online, I think, August 1st of next year. But we are moving, the clerk's office is moving, criminal district court, we're all moving in the same direction. I don't have the timelines, that is through the CJIS committee, but Nathaniel Weaver is here to provide.
I just remember we met on that, and that seemed really important, so
It's
that
very important.
the DA,
The work has been
the criminal
going-
courts, the magistrate, the sheriff, everybody could communicate.
The DA's
Absolutely.
office has been a good partner, the
Right.
courts, the clerk of court, the sheriff has been a great partner. So we in municipal and traffic court have been all working, we're all on the same page and it's moving.
So that's underway now.
Yes.
Also, a couple of years ago, you and I got together and talked about outreach, especially with juvenile intervention and some programs that could begin to track folk to impact recidivism. Where are we now with those efforts, especially when you talk about coordinating with all the programs that deal with that?
Yes, so Ms. Williams from JJIC and I meet every 2 weeks to discuss the programming that is coming within JJIC, and we have to be very careful who we allow into the facility. So we're doing background checks on those individuals who have a desire to work with our kids through mentoring programs or whatever programs that they have. But she has, in fact, she have a couple of our nonprofits that are in the community that are actually working with our young people in JJIC, and they are collecting that information upon their assessment of the kid and when they're finished their treatment.
And then lastly, you've done a good job of keeping track of the stats and saying where there's reductions, where there's increases, especially with a lot of different coordinating agencies. Now that the report has come out by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that they've had to readjust some of their reporting about crime reduction. Are we taking another look at our area, or is that something separate in terms of the national data? But I know they gather data from different sectors, and they've just said that there was a 6% difference in terms of what they reported versus what actually happened. Does that impact our stats, if at all?
I'm sure it does on the law enforcement side, and we do not report data from the law enforcement. They report directly to the data, the UCR, and to the FBI. But I'm more than certain that at some point it probably will have an effect.
And then lastly, on the budgeting piece, you continuously mention reentry and recidivism. Are we funding enough on the back end of the system to make sure that people are not recidivating at the levels or funding to make sure we have the ability to track that so that we can have our own data about recidivism? Should we do more? Should we invest more? Should we coordinate or collaborate more with agencies who deal with the reentry?
Absolutely. I think we can do more, but I do believe that we do have some roadblocks for those nonprofit and community organizations who are doing the work, returning citizens, because of, one, the background, their background, Sometimes those agencies are not registered as a 501c3, so figuring out, making sure they're being educated on how to get to that point so that they can receive funding from the city, but also looking at other grants that are available to just the reentry piece is what we have been doing.
Well, I'd like you to really take a look at that and how we can help as a council and the different agencies, because unless some of the root causes change, and we've done it over the last 80 years, you can safely predict that unless the economic situation of especially African-American women and families don't change, then we can safely predict that crime will go back up again. So what do we need to do to make sure that we're preventing that, and we're coordinating with a lot of the agencies out there that they have the funds and they have the programs to stop it, so that we're not leading the nation again like we have in 6 different eras, right? So I would love to be able to sit down with you and say, hey, here are the programs we target, so that we're celebrating reduction. We can give us the best chance to make sure that it's sustainable. So look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on slide 15, on the 4.45 million of the ARPA dollars, on the community-based juvenile assessment center operator and continuum of care, it looks like that RFP went out. It closed on 10/5. How many respondents did you get?
We received 3 respondents within the deadline.
And who are the respondents?
I believe, is that something we can? Heroes, I believe we can, I'm just, say that? Okay, Heroes
We've
of,
had rules change through this whole ARPA process, so we just, something you can say, some things you can't. So we have a new project ARPA manager on our team now, Amy, who's here.
Okay.
Yeah.
the evaluation committee is meeting this week to evaluate proposals from Heroes of New Orleans.
What is it?
Heroes of New Orleans.
Okay.
The Family Justice Center.
Okay.
No.
Family Center of Hope, apologies.
Family Center of Hope.
Family Center of Hope, okay.
And the third one is, I will pull it up right now, but I believe it's the Arts Renewal. And so I'm going to double check on their name for you.
And while you're looking for that, who is on the selection committee?
So for we can give you both the evaluation and the selection committee. So also the final proposal was Respect the Arts.
Respect the Arts, got it. Okay. Okay.
For our evaluation committee, we have Amaya King from our office, Andres Acuna from the Office of Youth and Families, Dana Kaplan from the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform, Megan Garvey from the Public Defender's Office, Kristen Rome from LCCR, Elizabeth Osberg from EQA Schools, Maggie Herman from CYPB, and Michelle Seymour from NOYA. And for the selection committee, I will pull that up.
It was
Commissioner Stevens, Asia Howlett, Deshelle Williams. We had asked for, but realized it's in budget hearings, a representative from Councilmember Druso's office. We are happy to hold a seat for anyone on the council who would like to participate in the selection process. And then I think we mentioned Deshelle Williams, and then 2 representatives from the Chief Administrative Office and ARPA team.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then on the $175,000 for the technical assistance, it looks like you received 1 respondent, that's correct?
Yes.
And who is that respondent?
The National Association of Assessment Centers.
Okay. And they were not granted this, did they not meet the criteria?
Unfortunately, because it's only 1 applicant and our ARPA team can speak to their compliance, we had to reissue the applicant within federal guidelines to ensure that it was a competitive procurement process. And so we have reissued that NOFA for it. It is due October 29th, and then we will be moving forward as soon as we can with as many applicants that we have through the evaluation and selection process.
So ARPA requires that there be several respondents before you give out the contract?
Do the 1, correct.
That is the guidance that we've received from them.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
Yes, please. Thank you, Amy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Amy Manelli. I'm the ARPA project manager on overseeing the ARPA funds for these OCJC projects. Yes, to answer your question, federal funding requires a minimum of 2, even more is obviously always preferred, but we do require a minimum of 2, so that is why we are going out to rebid at least an additional time. Now, in this time, if we again only receive 1, then we kind of cross that bridge when we come to it, but we can at least say that we really made a valiant effort to get two proposals minimum, and just we're not able to meet that. Again, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but we did have to, for federal funding, we have to go back out again.
That was going to be my question. What do we do if we keep only getting 1?
Right, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
We're in, to clarify further, we're in consistent communication with the city's law department.
Right.
To make sure that, we kind of have both sets of eyes and all the subject matter experts needed to make sure there's no question that we're following all the guidelines.
So this is reopening it again completely or extending the timeline?
Reopening it again completely. We did send notice to the one applicant that we had to cancel due to not meeting the requirement, and that we just re-released the NOFA yesterday.
Okay,
I believe, yeah.
And I'm just hoping that they weren't put off, and that they do rebid,
no.
so that we don't lose the one that we had, and now have to start building again. So, okay, gotcha. Okay, that sounds good. And then the other question that I had, thank you so much for your time. The other question I had, Commissioner, is on the VOCA funds. Tell me what happened this year. Obviously, you and I both received notice that there's a decrease in VOCA funding. Apparently, some reporting issues occurred with the city of New Orleans. And we're losing some funding over this next cycle. So explain what happened, and thank you for the letter that you sent to the council as well.
Perfect. Thank you. So we received our letter October 3rd, dated October 3rd, but we probably received it around the 10th of October from Jim Craft, LCLE in Baton Rouge, who handles all of the VOCA funds. So our allocation for fiscal year 23-24 is $816,000. So it's $861,426, a decrease from last year fiscal year by $635,448. So the reason why I sent the letter was to make sure that when you all start getting phone calls and have extra money to help our nonprofits that are servicing victims of crime, that you do so if you can because of this cut in the VOCA funds. VOCA funds is formulated by the state. So in that formulation, District 9, which is Orleans Parish, our percentage is 10.63%. So that is what was derived in the formulation. That formulation was derived by 2 factors. One factor was the census that was done. Louisiana had less people, Orleans Parish had less people. The second factor in how the 10.63 was derived was the LIBOS data reporting from the law enforcement agency. Our main law enforcement agency here in District 9, Orleans Parish, is New Orleans Police Department. So in 2021, the New Orleans Police Department did not report data by LIBOS. There were also 2 other agencies within the state, Lafayette and Shreveport. They also did not report data to the LIBOS.
But I think, just to stop you, but I think explain that a little further about how the requirement really came from DOJ that police departments across the country had to update their systems.
Right, so that was the whole update to getting a whole new record management system. If you all remember Hexagon, that piece, and now we're moving to Marks 43, which we're all excited about. That's moving. There, back in 2023, New Orleans Police Department did go back and submit data from 2021, the data that was not reported or submitted. However, it had closed, that window has closed with the state and DOJ, so it was rejected. So our percentage did not increase it stayed the same. So it's 10.63, and this is going to be for at least the next 10 years, based on whenever the census is done again.
Yep. So this is, I think it's a significant issue. Madam Commissioner, what I would ask, and what's been recommended to me by the Louisiana Commission on Law Enforcement and Mr. Kraft, is that you and I get with Congressman Carter to see if there's a potential for the Department of Justice to look at this a little bit closer for us, and to see if there's any kind of potential waiver, anything to be able to have our most recent data and accurate data be applicable to this, because this is major. And the fact that this number is now set for the next, I think it's 7 to 10 years. Yes, 7 to 10 year cycle for victim services is really a problem. And then just the other thing too, once again, you and I both know Mr. Kraft, and my call with him the other day, he sent me some information that I wanted to send to your office on additional grants that he suggested the city of New Orleans apply for, that he has seen other cities in Louisiana, particularly in North Louisiana, apply for and receive substantial funding, roughly $1 million, maybe even more, for victim services. So I'll send to you all that information, and maybe there's additional funding that we can draw down that way.
And to your point, we also encourage our funders, our agencies like the Child Abuse Program, Victim Services, Domestic Legal Assistance, that they can actually apply for grants directly.
Yep.
So that's also, we're encouraging that. We started encouraging that last year, so they won't be affected by the 10.63 percentage that we get. Jefferson Parish's District 8, their grant allocation is $1.14 million for the next 10 years. So we're working, and I think soon as we can get, LIBUS is working. NIBUS is going to be online by August 1, and Nathaniel can correct me if I'm wrong, of 2025. I think we'll be on better footing, so that will be in our argument for next year. Like, we've done all of this. We did this because this was a DOJ requirement, so now can we at least have a second chance on how, and I understand the census piece too, so I'm happy to sit down with you and Troy Carter so we can find a path forward on this VOCA, especially here in this city.
Yeah, totally. And so I guess it's the Office of Victims of Crime that has specific grants that the city of New Orleans can apply for on its own. So I'll send you all that information, because honestly, every single penny is going to count at this point if we don't get some kind of reversal on this. So, not great news at all. But Commissioner Stevens, this all started when we were trying to fix the new record system with Hexagon, right?
I believe so.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I wasn't involved in that part. I know Nathaniel.
I wasn't either. So
I think Nathaniel have some more understanding of. I know LIBUS was definitely, because we knew that was coming.
Yes.
It was going to affect funding, so we pushed for that piece to kind of work faster than any other piece, integration-wise. So
got it.
We tried, but it didn't work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Green.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for your presentation today. I don't actually have a budget-related question, but you do bring together the various offices of city government and also state sometimes to coordinate services. There was a good article in the Times-Picayune on Sunday that said everybody's working. It's resulting in the reduction in crime that we're experiencing right now. So this morning, for example, members of the New Orleans Police Department made an arrest in a murder. It was an immediate arrest after a safe chase, which sometimes has to happen when there are areas of violent crime. So I guess I'm asking you to, in the midst of the challenges that we have, I wish that all of the money was spent. I wish that everybody was responding to the request for proposals. To those offices that are working hard, where we see changes happening, where we see the district attorney working now more with the police department, where we see other officers sharing information, please extend to the extent that you feel is necessary in your meetings, or invite us, because I'd like to say to them, thank you.
Sure.
It's good to have an article that appears in the paper on Sunday saying that officers are working together. It's good to see the UNO every 2-year quality of life survey said that citizens are less concerned about violence affecting them individually. It's good to see statistics that show that New Orleans is leading the nation, and the FBI changes aren't going to change that. They can't change carjacking, they can't change violent crime that way. So we're in a position right now where we're going to be the city that's leading the nation in the percentage of reduction in violent crime from 2024 to 2023. And where we can say those things and share information with others, you have meetings that I don't have sometimes. Say to those that you see who are working, who are participating in your meetings, who work with you all, who share information, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, and you all are all invited to all of our meetings. Our meetings are open meetings, public meetings, so please feel free to join us if you have time to come by.
Let me know about the next
welcome.
one. I'm going to come. I didn't mean that because I know that we're invited. It's usually something that's a conflict, but I'll be glad to come. But if I'm not there, tell them that Councilman Green and the City Council said to those who are working hard that you see and sharing the information with you correctly, it's having positive results.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's it for you.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Next up is CORE, the Mayor's Office CORE. Oh, I don't have your card. All right, Mr. Burnside.
I forgot yesterday or day, whatever. I did forget once, but not this time. So I don't really know what the criminal justice coordinator's remit is. I don't know sort of where the boundaries of your responsibilities are and where the boundaries of your influence extend beyond your responsibilities. So I'm going to touch on some things that may not actually be in your business, but I don't know that. One of which is, my brain's no good. It would be nice to have a little note in here about how many people are in the jail. It would be nice to have some sort of comment about the property management ideas for the old jail and the old NOPD headquarters. It would be nice to have some kind of comment about our current rebuilding of a mental health jail that's costing us lots of money. It would be nice to have some sort of comment about No Dice, because they showed up at the 1600 block of South Liberty the other week, and I was a little surprised to see them there. It might be nice to have a sort of a wider picture of what's going on in criminal justice, including Councilperson Harris's $3 million for the DNA testing. It would be nice to know what the result was, or if there was one. I have some interest in I can't even talk anymore, revisitism or whatever it is. People going back to jail have already been there. I was talking to a person yesterday or the day before whom I deeply respect, and he was talking about many years ago, he was part of a force that took kids to Angola, and how it didn't just make the kids cry, how it made him cry to see that the TV and the movies were right about men working with sickles to cut vegetation while other men rode horses with shotguns over them. So if you don't want people going back to jail, you got to build in them some sort of skill set so when they get out of jail, they've got something to do. And one way you might consider doing it is teaching kids how to read. You can use prisoners to teach kids how to read because of computers. I know people who teach Chinese kids English. They're living here in America, the Chinese kids obviously in China. With electronics, you can monitor and control the interaction between prisoners and children, and if it's not appropriate, just cut it off electronically. But what you can do is build in prisoners some sort of skill set that gives them a good reputation among the people that they're coming back to.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge our partners that are here with us. Chief Judge Tracy Flemings Davalier from Criminal District Court and the Pretrial Services, and also Reverend Pat Watson with the Evening Reporting Center and the Family Justice Center, Dr. Trashonda Graves. Thank you all for your support.
Thank you. CORE is up next.
All right, Judge. See you soon.
We all got the number for Navy Blue today. We all got the Navy Blue memo today. I know, huh? How's your daughter? She's better. She's out.
All right, whenever you're ready to start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Clifton Davis, and I'm here at the table. I'm the Chief of Staff for Mayor Cantrell. At the table joining me is Charmaine Russ, who was recently named as Deputy Chief of Staff to the Mayor. I also have the members of the Mayor's Corps, the directors behind me from Intergovernmental Relations, Communications, OCAI, and who am I leaving out? But they're here to answer any questions that you may have that are more detailed than I could provide. So we'll jump right into the slides and move through our 2024 departmental goals and our achievement as it relates to those goals. The first one is for the Office of the Mayor. The goal was to continue engagement with national and international partners. In achieving that goal, some of the highlights are in December of 2023, Mayor attended COP28 in Dubai. Excuse me. As a result of her attendance, the city was awarded $50,000 in grants to support youth-led projects focused on addressing climate change. As a part of that, we joined 99 other cities across the world, spanning 38 countries, which impacted 62 million residents. Additionally, in 2024, we have secured numerous grants and funding to support the city's climate action plan, aimed at reducing carbon emissions by 50%. We pursued current federal funding from IIJA and IRA, which is the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act, through the city's Federal Infrastructure Task Force. In the last year, the task force has developed and submitted 20 funding proposals, totaling almost $200 million, exact figure $197 million. To date, we have secured $131 million in grants. Additionally, we received $49 million from an EPA grant on climate pollution reduction grant program. And the purpose of that is to implement community-driven solutions. And once again, that was $49 million that we received from that. The second goal for the mayor's office was to continue to lead city departments to provide better outcomes for residents and improve quality of life. So some of the things that we did in furtherance of that goal was continued support of NOPD. As has been stated numerous times today, we lead the nation in the reduction of crime rates. Part of that was due to our decision to invest in technology and to provide strong financial incentives for recruitment and retention. As you know, because you guys were a part of it, we invested $32.5 million in recruitment and retention packages. Excuse me. One of the other achievements of 2024 was the opening of the $7.9 million NOPD 4th District Station. And we also allocated federal funds for equipment upgrades, which we felt was a key component of our recruiting and retention program. Additionally, we released the city's housing ecosystem plan, which is a 10-year strategy to address housing. We released independent data on New Orleans Guaranteed Income Program. And we saw from that we achieved higher employment rates, improved financial well-being, and increased housing security. Additionally, we completed the Skelly Rupp Stadium upgrades to the tune of $5.9 million. Excuse me. All right, moving on to intergovernmental relations. One of their goals was to hire a language and communications access coordinator. We achieved that goal. They have been onboarded, and in fact, they were able to assist the JIC during Hurricane Francine. Right now, we're currently procuring language services to go along with that coordinator, and that is why that area is still yellow. Additionally, we passed an ordinance creating the program. I'm sorry, let me back up. We implemented a municipal ID program that will remove barriers for residents to obtain IDs. So in furtherance of that, we issued an ordinance creating the program, which was filed on the 10th of this month. Currently issuing RFPs for software and hardware to complement that program, and staff hiring is in progress. With regards to the international affairs, one of the goals was to reactivate all interested dormant sister city agreements We signed 2 new sister city agreements this year, and we also hosted the International Arts Festival Sister City Summit. And of course, the stated goal, and one that is ongoing, is to continue to work with our delegation and with the new state leadership. All right, moving on to the Office of Communications. Some of the goals that were set and achieved for 2024 was to develop strategies that align with the city's priorities, utilizing all mediums according to the type of service that's being provided. Additionally, we look to change the format of the annual year in review. We went from a newsletter format and explored pushing that information out in different ways, including social media. We relaunched YouTube and the Use of Government Access channel and expanded the use once again of social media. Without going through each and everything, I think it would be safe to surmise that we just look for new ways to reach the residents of our city, whether that was through social media. We also launched a new podcast to focus on the culture of the city and our culture bearers. We look to expand that going into 2025. And additionally, and this was a big one, we partnered with the Office of Youth and Families on initiatives such as the Bloomberg Climate Action Plan. All right, moving on to neighborhood engagement. As always, there was a lot of activity in neighborhood engagement. As we know, that is one of our most effective tools in reaching the community and hearing from the residents firsthand and addressing their needs. One of the first goals was that in 2024, one of the first things neighborhood engagement did was create the Young Adult Engagement Initiative. Purpose of that is to foster connections and create opportunities for personal and professional growth. To date, I think neighborhood engagement has touched about 200 young people that have been engaged in that initiative. In addition, additionally, there was the Senior Citizen Engagement Initiative. Purpose of that is to connect seniors to resources. And there were 3 events that were noteworthy in that initiative. There was a first ever Public Safety Day for Seniors, which was held in the Lower Ninth Ward. We also did an ice cream social for seniors, which was held at the Holly Grove Senior Center. And we did a coffee and conversation event for seniors, which was held in the Desire Florida Multi-Service Center. So we tried to capture every area of the city and make it available for our seniors to participate. All right, one of the second goals for neighborhood engagement was to grow strategic partnerships between city government and neighborhoods. In 2024, we began a formal recognition process for neighborhood associations. To date, 70+ neighborhood associations have been recognized. We also provided community office hours, which is something that we've been doing for the past few years in an attempt to make city government more available for residents that may not be able to come down during regular working hours. So we go into the different neighborhoods, and I think to date we have been visited by 1,200 residents in those community office hours. The third goal is to increase responsiveness to neighborhood priorities. One of the things that we did was the Neighborhood Cares Initiative events, which we put together, that consisted of cleanups, giveaways, and resource fairs. Over the course of the year, those events have drawn over 2,000 participants. Additionally, in 2024, we've had neighborhood engagement liaisons attend 250 neighborhood association meetings, and we've also facilitated over 50 community meetings. Neighborhood engagement is also responsible for putting together and conducting the Civic Leadership Academy, where residents attend, learn how government works in detail, which is something that I think in these times is very important and very useful for the citizens and residents to have an understanding of exactly how some of our processes work, the separations of power in government and things of that nature. We have graduated 60 community leaders in 2024 as a result of that. We've had 4 faith-based events in 2024. And finally, this year, I think we hosted the largest neighborhood summit that we've had to this point. It was at the convention center, and I believe we had 1,000 residents attend. More than 40 departments were in attendance, and as well as nonprofit agencies. All right, moving on to 2024.
Mr. Chair, may I make a comment?
Absolutely, Councilmember Green.
I just wanted to take an opportunity before we go to the end, and it doesn't get the same emphasis because I'm seeing it all now. I just want to thank the administration for the work that the Neighborhood Engagement Office does. It makes it easy for me. Let's give them a clap. All right. Well, that brings a lot of emphasis. Now I have to say something really good. But no, I am going to say something really good. Having a presence at the library, having quarterly neighborhood summits such as the one that's going to take place on November the 16th, having representatives attend meetings, preparing the public for what's about to happen, especially in terms of some road work that might need to be done or some project that needs to be done, has made a difference. And I don't know if you can take a poll on it, but in terms of what I'm able to say to people, I'm able to say you have an opportunity to talk to people who are engaged with city government and who know what they're talking about, but who are also sincere in terms of trying to get work done. The various programs that exist, for example, such as the Civic Leadership Academy and the like, present additional opportunities for me as a council member, and I know that our other council members will share that, to say, look, there is an opportunity to you to find out more about what's going on in government. I think it's reduced in some respects some of the criticism that just come because there's a lot of ignorance relative to what, that's not a bad word when I say ignorance. You don't have to know everything that's going on, but you feel it. So to those members of the Neighborhood Engagement Office, I just want to say I see you and appreciate your work and say thank you in behalf of my office. I feel that I speak for every council member when I say that. Thank you for the work that you do, and it makes a difference in our city.
Thank you, Councilman Green, for acknowledging the work that they do. Just to let you know, I really wanted Ray to be up here himself to talk about his department and the work that they do, but he deferred because he said, as we always do, you handle it, Cliff. But I appreciate, and I know he appreciates the recognition. If ever there was a group that was boots on the ground, I think it's neighborhood engagement, and I think the information that we share with the public is valuable, but additionally, the information that we get from neighborhood engagement about their interactions with the public is very valuable to us as well.
And Mr. Chair, you can remove me for comments. I echo what Councilmember Green said. It's just a joy and a great group to work with.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the Office of Community Assets and Investments. One of the goals for 2024 was the creation of a housing ecosystem master plan, and that was done in June of 2024, so that one was achieved. Another goal was to pass legislation to redevelop vacant lots and corner commercial buildings in 7th, 8th, and 9th wards. I think that one has been achieved as well. Additionally, they passed a policy to permit dwellings above ground floor by right. And one of the goals for 2024 that is in progress is the launch of a public-facing dashboard tracking affordable housing developments that are receiving low-income tax credits. So that one is currently being developed, but it is moving forward. And as always, OCAI will continue working with all partners in redevelopment, including NORA, as well as others in identifying properties and identifying strategies for redevelopment of properties. All right, so we'll move on now to our 2025 goals, which basically remain constant. They're very similar to what we had in 2024. We want to keep the work moving forward. It is to advance climate and equity planning, to leverage national platforms for strategic advocacy, secure additional funding for key city programs, and this is one that is different. Increase, or I should say, continue to improve department collaboration and prepare for the transition. As you know, next year will be the last year of the term. A heavy lift then will be ensuring that we set up the next administration to succeed by sharing information and making sure that they know where everything is when they come into office. 2025 departmental goals for intergovernmental relations are primarily the same. Continue to engage state leadership and federal partners to secure resources for the city. Continue reactivation of all interested dormant sister city agreements. We think this is important in maintaining our status as an international city, maintaining these relationships. We're going to continue the implementation of citywide language access program to increase accessibility of city services to everyone, and continue the work on launching the municipal ID program. Departmental goals for the communications department is to increase community engagement throughout the city, to build a strategic multimedia platform to produce enhanced messaging. Once again, that is, as times change, looking for alternate ways to reach the majority of our residents in mediums that they are most responsive to. And the last one will be drive greater social media traffic through the use of Zen City and other social media platforms. Departmental goals for neighborhood engagement. They're going to continue to maximize community participation in city programs and initiatives. We'll continue to expand opportunities for neighborhood leaders to engage meaningfully with city decision makers and increase effective responsiveness to neighborhood priorities. Community assets and investments. Departmental goals are to continue to work to redevelop vacant city properties with affordable housing and other community serving uses, to coordinate with housing ecosystem leaders to address housing challenges, streamline processes, and foster collaboration, and to develop policies to support land use and housing strategies that ensure all New Orleanians live in thriving and amenity-rich neighborhoods. Next slide discusses our 2024 actual FTEs and the 2025 budgeted FTEs by position. And you can see in sum total, there is a 1.49 change in FTEs. We will have 1.49 less than we had in 2024 for 2025. And then moving on to the budget summary and proposed budget. You can see that in 2024, the adopted budget was $6,038,051. In 2025, the proposed budget is $5,494,625,000 with a variance of $543,000. $543,000. Excuse me. Other operating, the adopted was $1,703,934. Thank you, Brandon. Excuse me. The 2025 proposed budget was $1,559,094 with a variance of $144,840. The total variance is $688,266. That is related, I think that is a result of the across-the-board decrease that we saw departments take for this budget year, as well as the reduction in 1.49 FTE positions. So at this point, councilors, I'm available for any questions as well as the other department members.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from the dais. appreciate your being here, but Mr. Burnside has 2 minutes.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you for being here.
So I think I'll channel Councilperson Green. I would like to thank Jabari Walker. Yeah, can't talk anymore, even though he's not here anymore. I had some difficulties with the property at 1604 Reverend John Ratfield Jr. Way, and he listened to me and talked to me semi out of my tree, which was very generous of him, particularly since it was insanely short notice. I would like to thank Valerie Bolden because she said very nice words about me in public at a recent Committee for Better New Orleans event, which doesn't normally happen in my life, so that was nice to hear. I would particularly like to thank the Neighborhood Engagement Office and 3 people in specific. John Smart, who was the administrator for the NEO grants. I got $7,000 to do some work at 1701 Salmon Boulevard, which is a city-owned piece of property that I hope to eventually turn into a park. And that was very generous of him, and we spent a large part of it on the community, breaking up and tearing up an old concrete sidewalk, getting rid of it, and putting in a bioswale. I'd like to thank a person whose name I'm going to butcher, Antoinette Holden. She is the current District B Community Liaison, and I was blessed with a chance to talk to DPW's Assistant Director for 2 hours during a 1-hour scheduled event. I shared the first hour with 2 other citizens, and then I had the last hour all to myself, which I felt was both necessary and deeply appreciated. And with regards to Stephen Mossberg and the CLA, the not Committee for Leadership Action, no, CLA stands for Civic Leadership Academy. That's what it stands for. My brain really is not working anymore. I would recommend to anybody listening who cares enough about the budget to be on the public TV station to be aware that the Civic Leadership Academy exists, be aware that it is helpful, and be aware that you could apply for it. So if you want to get hold of the Neighborhood Engagement Office and put your name in the hat, I wish you the absolute best of luck. Finally, in the few remaining seconds, I would like to thank the mayor. The mayor made the newspaper fairly recently about revealing something from her childhood trauma, and I think that that was both important, generous, and an act of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, thank you all for being here. We'll move to IGR. And then what we have left is Law Department, Homeland Security.
Well, actually, I covered that.
Excuse me?
We covered that in the core.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Apologize.
OCAI.
Well, I wanted to hear it again, Cliff. No, I'm teasing.
Everybody sit back down.
All right.
Let's hear it again.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, then I guess Law Department is up next. Homeland Security and Nora.
Teamwork. He gonna be gone. My name is Ashley. Are you, anybody else with you? So me and you, okay.
Deltas are in the house.
Are you ready for me?
Millions of people are watching you by television right now.
I'm good.
So we're ready.
No, just wait. All righty, good afternoon, council
afternoon.
members. I'm going to start presenting the 2025 Law Department budget. First, I'll start with the progress on the 2024 department goals and our other accomplishments.
I have 5 divisions, as you know, so I will start with the in-house division. One of the in-house division's 2024 department goals was to increase the amount of city attorney formal advice, opinions rendered by 40%, supporting our effort to provide clear, accessible advice which would foster consistency across departments. We met that goal. We consistently reevaluate and develop new systems of capturing all advice requests received on a daily basis. We also wanted to work to make the public records production process more efficient through securing the appropriate editing software that will enable team members to effectively redact audio and video both together and independently of one another. And at that capacity, we've learned how to utilize the current editing software more efficiently. The problem that we're currently having is the volume of audio and video requests is so great that there is a need to get at least one more person to redact audio and video files. But with that being said, from October 2023 through September 2024, we have closed approximately, 4,048 public records requests. We're also working to assist departments with identifying an embedded records officer as the point of contact to facilitate, respond timely and complete and consistent records productions. So in that vein, we are working with the CAO and the police superintendent to identify embedded records officers as points of contact to facilitate responsive, timely, complete, and consistent records production. Another 2024 in-house division goal was to hire an additional team member tasked with redacting body-worn camera footage as well as 911 audio files. There exists a large volume of NOPD footage processed by the team, and the volume is anticipated to increase with the recent addition of EMS body-worn camera footage. This is an ongoing initiative, and in this vein, we have candidates already lined up, scheduled for interviews to fill this position. Our 2024 litigation department goals. We strove to support NOPD in reaching its goal of consistent consent decree compliance. And on September 27, 2024, the DOJ and the city filed a joint motion for approval of sustainment plan. Another goal was to efficiently and aggressively defend the city in litigation by making responsible and fiscally prudent decisions. Since November 2023, 178 cases have been closed by our litigation team, of which 12 resulted in settlements and 166 have been disposed of via dismissal. Improve the quality of life of our citizens by enforcing laws regulating alcohol beverage outlets. We have successfully prosecuted 54 cases which produced upwards of $79,000 in remedial action. Diligently pursue tax litigation to recoup city revenue. We've recovered approximately $128,000 in outstanding sales, occupational licenses, and use taxes. Pursue litigation on behalf of the city to recover damages where the city and its residents have been harmed. We've recovered $210,000 in monetary damages on behalf of the city. In addition to that, we've recovered $550,000 specifically in connection with our cyber attack claim. Pursue creative and cost-effective ways to amicably resolve significant litigation where opportunities exist, and this is an ongoing goal of the division. 2024 Municipal and Traffic Court goals were: Municipal and Traffic Court will continue to aggressively prosecute gun cases, DWIs, as well as quality of life matters. To date, the city has handled over 24,000 cases, in the last year. We have also collected over $1.6 million to date in fines and fees. Municipal and traffic court, another goal for 2024 was launching a diversion program. And currently, we are working on the RFP for this first ever diversion program. This program will come at no cost to the city, and will allow first-time offenders a chance at rehabilitation. Increase efficiency of our photo safety program. We have worked and are currently closely working with the Department of Public Works to rectify issues that led to law enforcement rates for photo safety. Changes have resulted in successful prosecution and collection of fines. 2024 Contracts Division's goals: continue to draft and review contracts. We have reviewed, edited, and approved over 1,400 contracts since our last budget presentation. Work to improve contract procedures and efficiencies. We have identified areas of improvement for the contract routing process and are working with internal partners to implement proposed changes.
Denisha, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you there?
Of course
I mean,
you can.
we kind of asked about this earlier with procurement and we're working on stuff. So I just would like to know what that means because, well, go ahead, Andrew, you're going to come up and answer it. I don't want to, I just want to make sure we understand.
First, but go ahead.
Yeah, the question just is, what are those efficiencies so that way we understand what they are?
Okay. Andrew Gregorian is
Great.
the Chief of Contracts, and he's going to answer your question more specifically.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. Hi, everybody. So a couple of the things that we identified were, which ties into the third goal, improving our templates and expanding the database to make sure that there's less work being done by the attorneys in the departments to move things through a little faster. We've spoken with finance and with Mike Schmidt, who oversees the BRASS implementation and the oversight, to look over the contract routing process to take out areas where we can actually basically remove areas that we can remove to make contracts move faster. Also, we're looking into doing electronic signatures and sending things out and having them received through the BRASS system, so that process will be a little more efficient as well. So I think between those initiatives, at least as a start, we should be able to reduce the contract processing and review time for everybody.
That's great. All right, hang on. I want to start with the second one first. So electronic signature stuff, like, it's crazy to me in the year of our Lord 2024 that we still have to get physical signatures for people on agreements. When do we think that electronic signature process will be in BRASS?
I don't know if it will be through BRASS, but I have to talk with the IT folks and I think folks in the CAO's office that deal with with innovation and see how we can get electronic signatures most effectively. I think really it comes down to that, because we've looked over the issue multiple times, and from the legal standpoint, there's nothing that prevents us from doing, nothing that I've seen, and I know the previous chief had researched it at least once or twice. So we can do it. It's just a question of implementation and figuring out how to best do that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I defer to the experts about how to do that, but it just seems to me that we're getting slowed down and bogged down because the contract may be done, but it's sitting on somebody's desk for a physical signature, and if they could either click a button or yes, I agree from their email, that'd be awesome.
Right. I mean, as far as I know, everybody internally has been very open to it. The city attorney herself, that's one of the tasks that's been put on us to try to get done this year.
Great. And then on the form part, I just is there going to be, for example, like a CEA-A, a CEA-B, a CEA-C, where somebody can just go look? Like, this is the standard CEAs that we use based on these criteria. So that way you don't have to review things.
Well, so the idea would be, at least the way that we're envisioning it on our end, would sort of be materials and supplies, services. CEAs, I think, are sort of a separate animal, and we would talk about those. As I think the true CEAs are probably a smaller world than we're working with. I think a lot of the stuff we do are service contracts.
Okay.
But it would be kind of like a two-pager with the basic information of term, price, parties, signatories, notice addresses, and then we would have a series of exhibits like a lot of other public entities do for city terms and conditions, which would be more uniform, insurance, any federal terms and conditions that we would need to do, surety, and everything like that would be plugged in as needed.
Right, okay. Anybody else on this? I just think, look, I hate inefficiencies slowing us down, and I know it's on your list and it's something we've talked about, and I think implementing this is great.
And to that end, Councilmember Jeruso, I now approve contracts in BRAS electronically.
Okay, great.
So that's a way that we've sped up the process as well. So I no longer receive paper cover memos. I do it all in BRAS.
Great.
But what would really help the law department in this category is if when we route contracts, everyone knows who routes contracts. We route contracts through the BRAS system.
Right.
So when it gets to your queue, it would be helpful if you approved it at that time. Because what I'm hearing, a lot of times people state it's either in law, is what they call us, or on the mayor's desk. But that's not always true. A lot of times it's just stuck where it is in BRAS and no one has approved it to advance it so that I can even get it and my team can prepare the cover memo for me to approve.
This is what I would say, Ms. Turner. In my view, positions are to civil service as contracts are to the law department. And by that I mean, I feel like law frequently becomes the law department, frequently becomes this is where it's stuck. And then we don't have insight. You and your staff get blamed unnecessarily often. And so that's what I think we're all trying to focus on is if the law department has sent the contract and it's sitting in somebody's inbox for 15 days, you were done October 1st, but here you are October 16th, no action has been taken. So I guess, Mr. Large, I'm looking at you and not asking the CAO's office to make a commitment about this, but I mean, this is something we've been asking procurement and the CAO's office for a long time, is I feel like, A, there needs to be sort of a clock about how far it is, and then B, how long it's sitting in somebody's court. And as we saw with Net 30, a lot of the times it wasn't finance that was the problem. It was a department that had done something or hadn't pressed the right button or something. So I want to just make sure, to Ms. Turner's point, that if law has sent something on October 1, that the person is properly incentivized.
So it is on the radar, and we did have a meeting just recently about this exact same issue, and Andrew was there for the law department, met with finance as well, so it's in the forefront, and changes are being made as we speak.
Okay, great. Love to see that.
And
all right.
I do think, just to start as a follow-up to, when we sort of, if we can get some of these issues addressed through BRAS, where we're sending stuff out and having it received through BRAS, a lot of that lag will be cut. I think a lot of that lag will be cut down. I think we'll see a lot more efficiency just from that alone.
Would love that. I mean, and it just seems like BRAS has been hailed as the cure-all for some of these things, and the fact that you can't do electronic signatures in it right now and or kind of monitor where things are in process is an issue. And I think we want to make sure the city's being uplifted by doing the work and getting it in process as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah.
And while I have a moment, I see my entire team is here now. I just want to introduce them or reintroduce them to the council members. I have Senior Chief Deputy City Attorney to my left, Kevin Hill. I have my Chief of Contracts, who was just at the podium, my Chief of Litigation, Corin St. Raymond, my Chief of In-House, Thomas Milliner, Chief of Code Enforcement, Latifah Harris, and Chief of Municipal and Traffic, Dimitri Ford. And I have other fine people from the law department also sitting in chambers. So thank you all for coming. I'll move over to my 2024 department goals for the Code Enforcement Division. One of the goals for code enforcement was to participate in maximizing the impact of new ordinances and statutes dealing with code enforcement and quality of life issues, making sure all changes are incorporated into the affected departments' administrative hearing and inspection procedures. So we've revised all code enforcement forms and daily fines procedures. Another goal of court enforcement was to have for sale, potential sale, 91 cases. We exceeded that goal. We have a total active caseload of 102. We have 39 new cases filed, 17 sold at sheriff's sale, and 25 are scheduled for sale through 2025. Work closely with code enforcement, the code enforcement office, and other departments to determine a dynamic neighborhood-focused way of strategically identifying properties to review for sheriff's sale and demolition to spur economic development and quality of life. We've reviewed 64 properties to date for demolition. We have regular meetings with the code enforcement team and finance to assist and revise the Move to Own program, which has now more than 300 participants, and we've moved properties that did not sell to SOAP.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
I apologize.
No, that's all
Councilmember
right.
Green.
That's all right. I just pressed it. Thank you for your presentation thus far.
You're quite welcome.
Actually, this is a technical question. What is SOAP again?
Sale of adjudicated property.
All right, that's fine. I just want to know so I can make a note. I didn't see that acronym before. Is there anything that in state law could be changed to help us to be a little bit more active relative to demolitions? Are there requirements in state law that prevent us from doing more?
I would have to look into that regarding the requirements that prevent us to do more. I know we have our requirements that we have to fulfill, and we are doing that regarding notification. Also, why properties are being demolished. Like, we can't just demolish properties because we don't like the way they look. So we definitely want to follow the city council's ordinances regarding demolition, and we will look to the state laws and see if they can possibly help us with getting rid of blighted property in New Orleans.
I'm not saying that we have impediments, but it's been suggested in the past that certain state laws, which are designed to enhance the ability of people to protect their property, may present problems in terms of the city addressing what is kind of a unique problem. This is the volume of properties that are impacting neighbors and the like. But your response suggests that that's not really as big an issue as it seems sometimes.
No, we haven't seen a big issue with that. We've been successful, like I previously stated, in properly identifying properties that were ripe for demolition, and we've demolished them. We don't have a lot of pushback or lawsuits as a result of the demolition, so I think we're doing well in this department.
I would agree that code enforcement and the city attorney's office are doing a good job. In a district that I represent, which has the Desire community and others, I just want to see more. But we're moving in the right direction. But it was suggested to me that there was something that you might be able to do that would speed up the process and still be fair to people. But if it's only based on city ordinances, then let me know what we need to do if there's anything to help. Okay, thank you.
And considering some of the constitutional provisions we have before we demolish property, we definitely consider those. But what we will do is we will look to some of the state laws and see if they can help us. We are certainly willing to look at that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to move on to our 2025 department goals. I'm going to start with code enforcement. We want to file an additional 40 cases for sheriff's sale. We are going to review at least 40 more cases for demolition, and a final sale date set for 50% of our active sales. We've already talked about some of our contract 2025 department goals, but we want to work with state legislators for revisions to the public bid laws. We want to work with internal clients on revisions to city policies and ordinances regarding contracts, and revise and expand contract templates to address market changes and newly enacted legislation. Our 2025 in-house department goals, we'd like to transfer the processing of routine requests to departments so as to create a faster response to routine public records requests. We want to work with departments to develop record retention schedules and the digitization of older records to reduce the number of paper records and thereby reduce the city's storage costs. Provide competent and efficient legal advice to the mayor, the city council, and all departments within the city, and to take proactive steps to identify and resolve potential legal complications for the city. We also are going to develop a system for tracking informal advice requests given to city departments. Our 2025 litigation goals are to develop processes and provide training to our litigation support team to better assist attorneys in managing their caseload, make sure client communications are useful and timely, develop a strategy to minimize potential exposure to the city for several significant litigation matters that are currently pending, identify departments that are the subject of increased litigation and provide counsel to reduce potential exposure, work to reduce turnover, boost the reputation of our division in the legal community. Our municipal and traffic goals for 2025 are to diligently work to get our diversion program up and running by 2025, expand our participation in community court and the LEAD program to review cases and assist with determining the needs for our underserved population. This includes services for housing, mental health, and substance abuse. Participate in another warrant court that I heard Commissioner Stevens also talk about. It was very successful. So we definitely want to participate in another one in 2025 to provide assistance to the public in adjudicating their cases timely and efficiently. Continue to work with the Public Works Department to identify problem photo safety areas to ensure that these areas are safer. Continue prosecuting quality of life cases to ensure a better, safer, and cleaner city. There you have our organizational chart. We've increased the number of attorneys on our staff since our last budget presentation. So regarding the budget summary, I know every year that I've been here, you all have asked me about salaries for my law department employees. I did request an additional $250,000 in the personal services budget, and with that increase, that would have potentially allowed me to give every member of my team a 5% raise.
I just want to make sure, is that included in your budget or has not been included in your budget?
We submitted it.
I got it.
Inclusion.
That's a lawyer answer, but I appreciate it.
I'm saying I requested $7.9 million.
I loud and clear.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. Regarding the judgment list, since October 2023, the law department has paid approximately $4.5 million in UJL judgments and settlements. Since Q3 this year, we have extended offers to 132 UJL claimants. We are continuously, pretty much every day, processing acceptances as received. If all 132 claimants accept the extended offers, the UJL balance will then be $21 million. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from the dais? Seeing none. Mr. Burnside, we'll let you fill out your card and get back to us. We know you're good for it.
And while Mr. Burnside is coming, I thank Brandy for being here as well.
Yeah. Don't we all? All right, Mr. Burnside.
Hi. So it's like anything when my brain's not working. I'm sitting up here stuttering. But the bottom line is I did contact the city attorney along with the city chief of police and talked about 18-wheelers on Felicity Street and the hopes for the real-time camera at Willow and Felicity to be used to ticket 18-wheelers. There was a change in truck route designation. The new truck route designated is Martin Luther King. Felicity may still be on a few computer programs or something as a truck route. It's not. It has signage, and the signage is not being obeyed. And of course, the traffic police are spread very thin. So it would be good to find some way to use electronic means to enforce various city laws. The next thing I want to do is thank Latifah Harris. She went to a lot of work to get 1604 Reverend John Raphael Jr. Way to sheriff's sale, and I am grateful. I'm a little bit confused as to why it's the law department that's carrying $8 million in debt to Orleans Parish School Board. I don't need to know the details, but if we're paying high interest rates, it's not the kind of thing that the Board of City Liquidation of Debt was formed to continue. They're supposed to take care of our debts. As far as the personnel, it would be good to sort of divide the law department up in personnel charts the exact same way the mayor's corps is divided up, so that way we know how many lawyers are, for example, oriented towards contracts, because it seems that contracts are averaging about 7 a day. And the last thing that I will touch on very briefly is title research. Title research has been a bugaboo of mine for many years. I was very confused, and I'm still minorly confused, but I have a sort of question that's 50% rhetorical and 50% not. Is title research and code enforcement actually done by law department employees? Thank you.
I think, Ms. Harris, do you want to answer that? I mean, I don't want to get it wrong. Thank you.
So the law department, my division has trained code enforcement to do abstracting. We have lay people doing abstracting in order to find the owners and give due process. Further, the attorneys filing the cases and reviewing for demolition also do an abstract and an examination to make sure that not only was the hearing process done correctly, but that we are also notifying all owners because we're depriving them of their right and property. So, as a constitutional matter, we have to notify them. So we also do our own research as attorneys that are experienced in real estate.
Great. Yeah. I mean, I would just say, thank you. I would just say that that's completely normal, that the attorneys aren't the first stop for abstracting. And
No.
Right.
So the hearing process, in order to actually get the judgments, we provide guidance on how it should be done, but actually employees of code enforcement are doing it. And code enforcement currently has a contract with an outside title company that should help deal with the backlog there.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, with that, we're moving through to Homeland Security, and then Nora will be the last presentation for today before we resume on Monday.
We got enough room.
Thank you, Ms. Spears. Said thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome, council member.
Oh, what? No, you got it.
Afternoon, council members.
Good afternoon.
Happy to report on the budget for NOSEP for 2025. Wanted to introduce my team. I've got Emma Skilbred, who is our Director of NOLA Ready, of Austin Feldbaum, our Hazard Mitigation Administrator, Richard Chapman, who is our Deputy Director of NOSEP. And then for a little bit of support, I got Ross Bourgeois, who's presenting right after me for Public Safety Support Services, but we have a very close relationship, so we can roll right into the next presentation. I know it's been a long day. You have the representatives, obviously, as years pass, from all three of our kind of core capabilities that we have: emergency preparedness, hazard mitigation, and then public outreach and community contact. Thank you for having us. I'm going to walk through our 2024 goals that we've accomplished and our 2025 goals that our priorities that we want to work on this year. It's through thorough engagement such as this that we look at these objectives and goals and priorities that we want to accomplish. As always, we welcome your feedback. We take it very seriously and in trying to incorporate it into all of our operations and plans that we do. Shortly after the budget season, we'd like to, again, as we did last year, reach out to each of you, the council members, individually and have a 30, 45-minute check-in if that's something that everybody's interested in doing. I think we've had a very successful 2024, and we can continue to plan to build off of the successes that we have had over the past years into 2025. Some of the things that we want to outline for 2025 is to address council concerns. We have a goal specifically to improve public awareness and situational awareness for our public during disasters. I think there's some things that we have on the horizon that are going to be very advantageous for the public, and we're looking forward to making those things happen. And I'd really want to just brag about my team. And we had a 6-person team from NOSEP deploy to South Carolina for Hurricane Helene. They just got back a few days ago, and one of whom sitting at the table right here, our team leader, Rich Chapman, took 5 others to an EOC, rural EOC in South Carolina, where they, quite frankly, needed the help, and were able to do that. And I currently have 2 of my NOLA Ready staff responding in Florida and Tampa area to Hurricane Milton, doing volunteer coordination with the state of Louisiana and the state of Florida. So I'm really proud that we're able to pay it forward. When disasters occur in our neighboring states, we're able to, even with a smaller staff, we're able to put together some teams that have an effective outreach and an effective operation in neighboring states. And we obviously continue to support the Urban Search and Rescue Team, Louisiana Task Force 1, deployed to Florida as well. For 2024 in the emergency preparedness branch side, we wanted to continue to provide that high level of service, adapting to rapidly changing threats and identifying our residents at greatest risk. I believe we've accomplished that goal this year. Our response to Hurricane Francine was one of the best that I've seen as far as our coordination with the health department, with the looking at the independent living facilities, being able to communicate with them, deliver them supplies, able to set up emergency resource centers in our partnership with Nordsea within 8 hours of landfall, probably 10 hours of landfall, which was 14 hours before our initial goal was. We wanted to have them within a day. We were able to do it within less than half of that, and I'm very proud of the team that I have and all of our departments that assisted with doing that. And a special shout to the council members who helped, distribute sandbags and do a lot of that groundwork that I think is so important, that gives the residents trust in what we do. We did create a mass care coordination branch, and I think a lot of that ability to be flexible is part of that ability that we were able to demonstrate during Francine and during the various cold and heat emergencies that we've been tending to deal with over the past few years. One of our mass care coordinator recently left and took a job with FEMA in Maui, so it was fortunate for him. But we have adequate staff that is filled in on that, and we're adequate. We are actively, I should say, pursuing to fill the vacancy that we have in that emergency management position. We took delivery of 2 rapid response command vehicles. They are Sprinter vans, fully outfitted with all of the latest technology. These will allow us to respond quicker to potentially large incidents with both, or small incidents or smaller special events with one, and we plan to use those this year in 2025, for various events like French Quarter Fest, like obviously Super Bowl and Carnival, of course. And then one of the things we're working on right now is the development of a NOLA Ready app. We're putting this in the emergency preparedness side of the house right now because it will have a lot of functionality. We're going to bring in all of these various dashboards from Sewage and Water Board, Entergy maps. We're going to bring in all of our flood-wise, street-wise, route-wise, weather-wise, and have them all in one location. And that will be the initial pilot of this. And then in the future, we believe that we can put new technology and new ways to communicate with the public into this app as it goes. And we'd like to have this up by Super Bowl. On the public engagement side, we have developed a Partners in Preparedness plan for small business owners. We currently have not been able to debut that yet due to some issues with staffing, but we're looking forward to 2025 to start working on that fully. NOLA Ready has facilitated numerous meetings, including meetings with our volunteer organizations active in disasters with the Greater New Orleans Foundation. A lot of dialogue there and a lot of great response and ability to connect with many of the NGOs and VOADs that we use during times of disaster. And I think that's paid off as well during our own hurricane response and the response to hurricanes in neighboring states. We have increased our engagement tools and communications methods to be more inclusive, and that's including hiring our access and functional needs coordinator, who's has been able to point us in the right direction as far as how we're communicating with those who are not English proficient, those who communicate in American Sign Language, and those who have other visual and sight needs. And then, of course, we've really amped up our use of Spanish text alerts for both hot and cold weather, special events, and we've secured funding to support American Sign Language emergency alerts for the entire region, all 4 parishes in Region 1. On the hazard mitigation side, in 2024, we secured the funding for the 2025 Hazard Mitigation Plan update. It's the 5 years is up since we had to do it in 2020. And so the contracting for the consultant to assist us in that progress, or is in progress right now. We've also worked to develop Hurricane Ida recovery proposals with both CDBG and HMGP grant funding. And we are working to lead in the development of heat adaptation plans with the Office of Resilience and the New Orleans Health Department. And I believe we just had a selection committee on a consultant to assist us with writing that heat adaptation plan. As for our goals for 2025 on the emergency preparedness side, we want to continue to provide that high level of coordination and support for Super Bowl, Mardi Gras, and all of our major planned and unplanned events. We are looking to procure and implement a technological solution for managing and tracking public requests for emergency assistance. This will make it easier for us to respond in the aftermath of disaster to individual needs where it's possible. We're continuing to develop a long-term strategic plan for NOSEP. We'd like to target the next 5 to 10 years, what the office will look like and what kind of staffing and operations we see the office moving into. And then I think most importantly, we want to finalize a hurricane mass refuge plan and host a training and exercise to test the concept. NOLA Ready for 2025 wants to continue to develop engagement opportunities. We're in some kind of a rebuilding period for the NOLA Ready Volunteer Corps, and we want to get our volunteer coordinator onboarded and start retraining and brushing up on developing some of those volunteers that we have locally. We're going to engage partners to identify and implement additional community-led resource centers. We want to continue the Lighthouse, Community Lighthouse project, and really developing those resources, particularly post-disaster. We want to facilitate regular regional joint information center meetings. We want to up our game with joint information, both in the city and around the region. And part of that, again, is working with the council in improving public notification and situational awareness to residents during disaster. And Austin and his team for hazard mitigation next year would like to co-lead the development of the heat adaptation plan, as we mentioned. Continue and finalize the hazard mitigation plan to include emergent strategies and new sections dedicated to extreme heat and saltwater intrusion. And continue to work, and Austin, I know, has worked tirelessly with the Mitigation Advisory Committee and other partners to develop the projects and most importantly, implement some of these projects that will make our city more resilient. We have very little change in personnel from last year. We've added one person. We do have 3 vacancies right now. We'll work with the CAO's office and budget on vacancies. I don't anticipate any issues. Our main issue is just probably the issues most departments have with just trying to find qualified people who are ready to take the step and work for us, and knowing that, you know, we're not we don't offer much of a remote work policy as far as this office goes. We have to be always ready to go, and for some people that works, and we're finding that for some it's a little bit more of a challenge. As far as our budget, we've been asked to take about $100,000 cut from our operating budget for next year. I think everybody's tightening the belt a little bit, and we realize, based on what the mayor and what the CAO's kind of outlook is and priority is, I don't see $100,000 for us being a huge issue. One of the things that has helped is knowing that fund balance that the city does maintain. I have a much greater level of comfort when we go into a disaster. We've worked with accounting and the budget office and of course the mayor's office and CAO to dedicate a disaster fund code when we have a disaster like Francine. It's made it much easier for departments to make purchases and to spend against that disaster fund rather than having all of it come through NOSEP. And so I think that with that in combination with kind of looking at our budget, what we're able to do, I'm sufficiently happy with what we're receiving or what has been proposed for the budget this year for NOSEP. With that, that's my presentation for this year, for 2025, for next year's budget. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director Arnold. Councilmember Thomas.
So let's stay there with the budget, especially given your response. Well, first, thank you guys for always being responsive, especially when you talk about Homeland Security and public safety and what you guys do. I appreciate it. Let's stay with the budget, though. A lot of times, the budget, I mean, the response will be determined by the level of disaster or threat, correct? So you're saying within this budget, you guys feel like, given what's coming, or what potentially can come, whether it's a natural disaster, some weather event, conventions, Super Bowl, etc., that your budget with the reduction is able to meet with the appropriate response, whatever the event is?
I do.
Okay, and why do you think that?
I mean, at the end of the year, typically we have some money that we're able to, what I like to do is look at the end of the year budget, and if we've had a lighter year as far as, major special events with requirements that are needed from us, or, God forbid, natural disasters as well, hurricanes and tornadoes and the like, there's typically around $100,000 there that in the past I've been able to use to, do maybe a project for one of our public safety agencies, equipment, training, something like that. In other words, our general fund typically, we've got it dialed in pretty tightly where we know what we're spending on, and as you mentioned, the unforeseen that comes up, particularly natural disasters. I feel like our communication with the CAO's office and with our budget office, if something was to come up, and certainly we would obviously work with the council as well if it was necessary to make sure that for
Emergency
something
funding.
unforeseen.
So Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
I want to just point out too that we have stressed and the council has been in support of the $100 million that's put away for emergency funding in our restricted fund.
Fund balance.
So what happened in the past, to Director Arnold's point, is the money did come out of NOSEP.
Okay.
Right now, even for Francine, not a penny was touched out of their general fund budget. So the way we work with finance is there are certain codes that are set up, and even the workload was a little bit more sped up because departments now are able to make their own requests for items during the emergency disaster process. So there's a special budget that gets set up using that emergency funding just to have that set up there. So it's not even touching his budget anymore. Before, that was not always the case. We had delays getting things set up, but now we've worked on a very streamlined process to avoid that happening.
So this initial budget you're comfortable with, given the fact that you can access emergency funds?
That's correct.
If the threat,
Yes,
if
sir.
you need a different response to meet the threat. There were some questions during the hurricane about communication. Some folk thought it was good. Others questioned communication. What did or didn't work? And how do you feel? What did we learn from that moving forward?
I think what we've learned is that I think that what we want to do in this coming year, and again, bringing the app on board, I think is going to help. What we want to do is really, and we're going to do it also with the NOLA Ready website, is we want to bring in a lot of these different agencies and departments, also outside like Entergy, Sewage and Water Board, want to bring them in to our kind of under our wing and have one place where people can find a lot of the information they're looking for. Because I think, NOLA Ready itself is very in tune and very quick with sending messages and alerts that are kind of traditionally in our lane, but what we want to do is engage more with the stakeholders in the JIC that are out there and make sure that we're, if we can, conveying what they need conveyed as well. So I think ultimately what it is I think there's more information that we can provide to the public. It's just going to be incumbent on us to make sure that we've got those partners in the room and that we're getting the right messages out at the right time.
And then another question, just based on kind of taking a look at history, assessing it, your department, major events, the city moving forward. Rarely do I see you guys involved in discussions around our public utilities as it relates to what you do at Homeland Security. And what we know is that whether it's the Sewage and Water Board, Entergy, Cox Cable, AT&T, from grid hardening to the ability to communicate, especially to meet the level of the threat, that's what Homeland Security would be involved. And I haven't heard this question asked before.
Okay. I think Austin actually has a comment about that.
Yeah.
No, thank you for your question, council member. So that really falls under the Hazard Mitigation Office and the way that we work across city agencies, including Office of Resilience, Department of Public Works, our close partnership with Sewage and Water Board to plan long-term this infrastructure that maybe NOSEP isn't ultimately in charge of operating and maintaining, but we play that sort of coordinating role to identify solutions, seek funding. And we've been working since Hurricane Ida, at least. We led the city's participation with Department of Energy for the Community LEAP grid resilience planning, and we work closely with Entergy.
And that's important because to me, especially given the fact that we have squirrels and birds and malar balloons and causing a disruption in our public utility, especially with Entergy. How do you guys rate in terms of reliability Because to have a system where grid hardening, reliability, and resiliency, are you guys looking at those public utilities saying that they're operating at 50%, 60%, 80%? Because that would be good to know, especially with us as utility regulators, to be able to understand the relationship of what the company is putting into maintaining or improving the grid.
Right.
If that makes sense.
It's absolutely. I was talking with someone the other day that one of my pet peeves is to get notified or asked to come to a meeting about planning a project and find out that it's been in the works for a year and that they're bringing me in on the tail end of it. That's gotten better. I'm speaking more about years ago. I think that's gotten a lot better over this administration and the last administration. We work regularly with the operational side of these utilities, but not necessarily with the planning side, which I think is important. But to your point, I will say that in the case of Entergy New Orleans, I thought that their response to Francine was fantastic. I have no, issues. The fact that we lost about a quarter of the power instead of obviously Ida all of the power. Again, circumstances are not necessarily the same, but and to have that restored within 36 to 48 hours, I think was pretty amazing. And so. But there is more that we can engage in and work with.
And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, this is only because I watched a World News report last night, trying to keep up with what's happening around our world. The Middle East and the threat, the instability there. They did a segment on potential threats here, given a meeting that they were, a gathering that they were monitoring, where they talked about taking what's happening in the Middle East from that location to the rest of the world of the United States. In today's world, that's a real thing. In a city with 360,000 people, but with 16, 17 million visitors, we've always been a prime location. How real is that, and how much more has it put on you and your staff to deal with that level of threat while you're dealing with natural disasters?
Well, we've always had really good communication with our federal agencies, and we receive regular intelligence briefings. I know of no threat right now to this area or the city. I think what it has done for us is that Urban Area Security Initiative grant is specifically dedicated towards terrorism and anti-terrorism. And we have been a recipient of that grant every year that I've been director. We're going to continue to fight for that money because we are somewhat on the rubber band of that, only based on population. We continue to lobby the Department of Homeland Security to recognize to put a higher emphasis in their rankings on visitors, because at one time when they were doing that, we shot up in the ranks. We were the #1 soft target index city in the country. And then they changed the ranking the next year, dropped us down. We still got funding and that's mainly, I have to give a lot of credit to Mayor Cantrell because she hounded DHS about our UASI ranking. And also Colonel Ebert, my predecessor, he was really big on making sure that our voice was heard. Making sure that we continue to get that funding is what gets us money for physical protective barriers, light towers, a lot of the security things that are going to thwart what can happen in the future. So,
well, you kind of knew where I was.
We're going to continue to pursue that.
Where I was going.
Yes, sir.
The sewer and water board during Katrina, there was only one potable water plant that provided much of the region, even to our neighbors, and that was the one on the West Bank. So as a strategic location, our ability to acquire federal funds should not just be based on the size of our city, but our strategic location, the strategic oil reserves, the Mississippi tributary, the fact that the tributary system, 33 states in terms of production and goods, and the overall economy. And there seems to be so much federal funds out there. that when you talk about our natural topography, as well as our strategic location, we don't get anywhere near our fair share or what's representative to what we do for the rest of the United States. How do we improve that standing, and how do we get the federal government and our state to actually use us as an example of why we should qualify for more?
I think we just have to keep demonstrating the need, keep the relationships up, which I think we've done. One of the things that has always frustrated me about UASI is it doesn't take into consideration physical structures like levees or dams, and the damage that could occur from a terrorist attack to that. The other, that it doesn't take into account the river. They put that under the Port Security Grant Program, which we apply for, but has a much different kind of ranking and selection process. And so, advocating at all levels, including with yourselves, to streamline some of these terrorism grants and grants that are based on threat, streamlining them to include entire areas, because to your point, it's $1 billion a day when that river shuts down.
Gotcha.
And that is something that could, just devastate the economy.
Well, thank you and your staff and your team of experts. It would be very difficult for our city to survive in these days, in these times, if we didn't have people like you guys. So thank you. Any other questions from council members? Any closing remarks?
No, I think we're good. Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you, guys. Councilmember Jeruso has to leave, so he asked me to finish chairing, I think, this meeting. I think next we have Nora. Any online comments? No cards? Nora, New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, please.
Public safety.
Public safety. Yeah, guys, I'm forgetting the other half. Not quite yet, Ms. Burrow.
Yes, I'll be short, Councilman.
You said you're short, or you're going to be short?
Both.
Okay. I'm only serious. Mr. Bernstein, you want to comment when both are finished, or you're good? Okay. All right. Good. And forgive me for, I wasn't forgetting you. Was just moving too quickly.
I certainly understand.
Go ahead.
Okay. If you want. Well, good afternoon, council members. My name is Ross Bourgeois, and I'm the Director of Public Safety Support. I'll just jump straight into our progress on our 2024 goals. Complete the installation of the license plate reader project on the interstate. I'm proud to report that all of the license plate readers have been installed, close to 200. I think the last count was 199, primarily at the exits from the elevated interstate system throughout Orleans Parish. Our next project is the French Quarter project. That is underway. 16 out of 16 license plate readers have been installed, and 88, I think that number is actually 92. I think I was looking at an incorrect list. 92 out of 104 video cameras have been installed in the French Quarter. Those remaining sites, we just have some chronic either power or pole issues, and obviously those poles get struck by cars on a regular basis, so it's a little bit of game of whack-a-mole, but we're working with the stakeholders now to identify alternate locations for some of those where the pole may have to be replaced or some active construction. Our next goal was to move the video servers from City Hall to the Real-Time Crime Center, and that was an item that came up during Hurricane Ida with the issues that we had in this building. And subsequent to that, when the ITI moved the majority of their servers to outside data centers outside of the city, those video servers remained here, but we needed to move them to our building on Rampart Street rather than in the City Hall data center, because we've got more redundancies there, and that was completed this month. And the transfer of the grounds patrol personnel to public safety support, we had managed the grounds patrol staff that was along the Lafitte Greenway, at cemeteries, and soon to be at Joe Brown Park, but those personnel actually resided in the budgets of either property management or NORD, which just caused some inefficiencies because it's different HR folks had had to be involved to onboard or have a drug test or whatever. So we've successfully completed the transfer of the functional units through civil service, and the funding for those positions in 2025 will be removed from those departments and placed into our budget. So we'll just carry the entirety of that in 2025. Deploy the grounds patrol personnel to Royal Street. That's completed. We've got 4 personnel on site, and they're on Royal Street. That's an ARPA-funded project that is complete. And deploy grounds patrol officers to Joe Brown Park. I know, Councilmember, that's an important priority for you. 2 of the 3 are hired, and they're in training. The 3rd person is the supervisor, and once we have that person, we'll work with NORD to get them deployed out to Joe Brown Park. I would anticipate in the coming few weeks, we should have at least some presence out there at the park, and we'll, the hours and what Larry and his team are going to expect out there, we're going to figure that out, as we deploy them.
Well, thank you for considering Joe Brown Park. We've been requesting that for the last few years. It would be a major help in presence, and thank you for answering that call.
Yes, sir. I'll give you some just quick statistics from the Real-Time Crime Center. In 2024, we fielded requests in 10,580 cases. That's a 28% increase in the number of cases that we worked over 2023, over this period up through in 2023. Our case types, 22% persons crimes, 25% property crimes, 31% traffic incidents, 18% miscellaneous and quality of life incidents, 4% weapons and narcotics, and we saved about 9,500 public safety man hours in that process. We're well over 40,000 man hours saved since we opened in 2017. Our 2025 departmental goals is to install 50 new cameras. That the funding for that is included in this submission. 10 per council district. Begin a phased replacement of our video servers. We're doing the exploratory process now. Those video servers, some of them are 7 years old, so we're going to go into a phased replacement of those so that we can just constantly have new equipment. We're going to deploy some enhanced endpoint protection software from a cybersecurity perspective. We're going to do a tune-up of the public safety radios, those radios that we purchased and received in 2016. There's a few things we need to do to keep those operational. So that'll require us to touch every one of those 2,500 or 2,600 devices. We're going to deploy grounds patrol officers to the French Quarter restrooms, the 24/7 restrooms that are going to be in the French Market area. Whenever that construction is complete, we'll begin the process of hiring those. And then we're going to work with capital projects and property management for the building repairs from Hurricane Ida and Francine. That's the front of our building right now. The original damage occurred during Hurricane Ida. The new damage that you can see as evident by the building's got a parking garage, so that's majority of the damage was where the cinder blocks are, and it was just really the parking garage, and underneath that shell was simply cinder blocks, so it was really a cosmetic thing. But obviously the shell is complete, so Hurricane Francine finished or continued the process of damage, and now there's damage into the 4th floor, and in that close-up picture, that's the back of the drywall. So I know that I've presented my capital budget request, and I appeared for a public hearing at City Planning Commission, and it was certainly a favorable response within that hearing, and I've engaged with the capital budget director and the capital projects director and the director of property management, and all those folks have been very receptive to the need. But at the end of the day, we've got people that work in this building, and it is every single day and every single rain shower, we become more and more vulnerable. It was before the damage of Hurricane Ida, that building had a moisture issue because the EIFS, which I learned what EIFS was. EIFS is that stucco-looking finish that was popular when the building was built in 1993. But the EIFS is no longer used in the South because of the moisture issues. So we already had somewhat of a porous building, and we're starting to see some decay in the window frames, and that's only going to be exacerbated by this damage if we don't rectify it very soon.
You remember the A&P commercial where you say "good but no wheel" when the A&P was a brand?
Yes, sir.
So you got a favorable but no money.
Not yet.
Not yet.
That was this year, so I don't know if it's going to be. I have not been told whether or not it's in the capital outlay.
But as it continues to deteriorate, it'll eventually cost more.
Oh, absolutely, every single day, I would assume.
Councilmember Harris.
No, I mean, you know how I feel about our property, our city-owned property, and the buildings deteriorating. So whatever we can do to help push
Yes, ma'am.
property management, that's great. The question I had really was on the cameras. I know you said there are additional 10 per district that will be deployed in 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
And I feel like we've gotten around 10 allocated each year since I've been in office. We get a lot of questions about citizens who want to connect their cameras to the real-time crime center. Can you just talk a little bit about how that happens and how they can do that?
We've got a program. It's the SafeCam Platinum program. SafeCamNOLA.com is our website. They can fill out an online contact form. Those come directly to me, and I call the folks back. And each case is a little bit different based on the technology that they deploy. And we've got a whole host of integrators that are willing to participate in our program and help them get across that finish line. So each case is different, and I'm happy to talk to anybody who, simply go to SafeCamNOLA.com. They can call the number that's listed on the website. It leaves a voicemail that I receive, and/or send that contact form, and they'll hear back from me.
I appreciate that. Again, we get a lot of questions about it, but I also know that those cameras have helped solve some crimes around my district, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely, and we can't put a camera everywhere, but there are cameras most places. But see, that was our building. Personnel, even though this shows an increase, that's going to be the folks that are coming from property management and NORD over to us primarily. So that's the increase in FTEs you see there. Our organizational chart, I think we went through it. It's divided in technology and operations. And then our budget presentation, obviously you'll see the increase in personnel services, those general fund and ARPA positions. And then we had some reductions in our other operating are relative to some one-time funding.
Any other questions any closing comments?
I appreciate the opportunity to participate today, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the 50 or so hardworking staff that are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to support our public safety partners that actually do the great work that I'm able to talk about.
And how much is the capital request to repair your building? How much do you need?
I believe the request was in the vicinity of $4 million. I worked with Capital Projects on that price. Obviously, that was before the Hurricane Francine damage, but I believe the replacing the shell of the building was part of that anyway, because you can't just replace a piece of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, members.
Mr. Michael Burnside.
I was not going to come up, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention two things, one of which is your deployment of grounds patrol officers for the 24/7 French Quarter restrooms. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a long history with restrooms. I was homeless for 8 years in the United States, and I was in the Army in Europe for 2 years, and I can compare the restrooms in Europe to the restrooms of America, and I can say that I am thankful that the restrooms in the French Quarter not only will be open 24/7, but actually have security. Both are important, and I'm grateful for them. The other thing I would be remiss for not mentioning is that I got to be hosted by you some time ago at the Real-Time Crime Center as part of the Civic Leadership Academy, and I wanted to say thank you. You've been included on some of my emails with regards to Chief Kirkpatrick and the city lawyer. Probably haven't done the city lawyer, but basically I'm trying to use your real-time crime cameras to enforce no truck routes across the city. So I don't know the details of all the technical aspects, but I can say that I'm glad you guys are there, and I hope you use all your power with wisdom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. No, I think I'm glad he highlighted the restaurant piece. That's really important, man. And you know, we're a heavily used tourism town. Plus, we're an urban center with many people on hard times, and to know that you guys are invested in being sanitary and healthy, especially through the toilets, man, that's really a blessing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Next, the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority. Ms. Burrow, when you're ready, you can start your presentation. You can announce your staff and then get started.
Yes, sir. Thank you, council members, for allowing us the opportunity to present to you our budget for 2025 on behalf of the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority. To my left is Seth Knutson. Mr. Knutson is the Chief of Strategy, Programs, and Projects. To my right is Derek Muse, who is our Chief Financial Officer, and to his right is Tiffany Lawson, who's the Controller for the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority. So I'll get right into the budget presentation. You have before you is our 2024 goals, which really highlight our overall goals for the organization, all driven by our three strategic priority areas, which really is building homes, enhancing corridors, and strengthening neighborhoods, with the focal point of increasing the supply of affordable housing. That includes affordable housing in the form of rental and homeownership opportunities. Our commercial corridor revitalization, which requires an investment in small and large-scale commercial development projects with small businesses and organizations to promote corridor-based neighborhood development. Goal number 3 is really to expand our green infrastructure. We're utilizing NORA properties and financing available to manage stormwater on public and privately owned properties, with a goal to reduce flooding and decrease the burden on the city's pumping system. Other goal is leverage investment, utilizing NORA and other publicly owned property and funds to catalyze private sector developments in our commercial development area. And the final goal is to reduce in our property inventory responsibly, as we have been doing for the past several years, and we do that through our auctions and our property-only solicitation. I'd just like to spend like a few seconds, council members, just to kind of frame of what we've been disposing of and what our inventory has been. We've disposed of a total of 5,100 properties. We've done that through a focus on affordable housing, market rate housing, lot next door, and our alternative land use. The map just identifies where we've sold those throughout the city with the various colors over the past several years. To date, we have approximately 962 properties in our inventory, which that means that we have disposed of perhaps a large number of our inventory over those years. And if you add that amount of property that we currently have with what we've disposed of, we've had a portfolio at one point of a total of 6,106 properties. The remaining property in our inventory is identified on the map. What we did, council members, was to take an opportunity to share with you all what the direction and the disposition strategies are for the remainder of those 900 properties that are in our inventory. And I'd like to really start about talking about, again, I identified our three priority areas for the organization. The first being building homes with a focus on affordable housing and a focus on market rate. And I say market rate to the extent that we provide those properties through our auctions. We just completed an auction last month whereby we sold 70 of the 105 properties that were made available that received bids. Our affordable housing development, since we last met in October of last year, we've sold 34 properties. We've got 15 additionals that are under 15 additional properties that were completed, and we have another 11 that are under construction throughout the city. I'd like to remind everyone is when we are talking about developing housing opportunities and affordable housing opportunities, we're really looking at high performance buildings, which means we're constructing our buildings through our development partners with fortified roofing, ensuring those resiliency measures are put in place in addition to stormwater intervention and our Energy Star 3. And we're also looking at innovative models or ways to addressing that. I'd highlight just that as to those things that we are doing. If you recall, when I came last year, I reminded the council that we're one of the first city agencies or quasi-governmental entities in the state that was utilizing fortified well before it became much more popular in the past several years that you've seen that. I'd like to just zone in on a particular affordable housing development area, just to share with the council how we have really disposed of our properties. And I'm focusing here just today just because showing what we're utilizing for our scattered site and recognizing scattered site development as yet another way of creating affordable housing opportunities. While all of the colors are beautiful on this map and can sometimes be a little confusing, I'd like to just highlight is that those colored lines that are heavy colored are areas that are projects that have been completed and the work and the units are online. The dashed lines represent properties or areas where they're either under construction or in a pre-development phase. And just as a highlight, of the properties that we've sold and actually transferred in the scattered site developments map that I've got of the lower 9th Ward, we transferred 120 properties that yielded us 190 affordable housing opportunities just in that scattered site area. And I highlight that because we had that meeting that I'll get to when we're talking about the St. Claude revitalization. One of the community members indicated a need for more affordable housing opportunities as what they wanted to see. And I asked staff to go back. I said I wanted to map out what we have done in that just area in the lower 9th Ward, so that when we go back to that community and talk about again where we with that St. Claude revitalization strategy, that I want to be able to present to them where those investments and where we built up that in that community. So I just highlighted this. This was something that was an outgrowth of that comment from a community member, but I wanted to zone in to identify that we've been doing that. There's more to come with the remainder of those properties that we have already allocated for that haven't been transferred but were awarded as of today. I'd also like to talk about on our innovation. One of the things that I've been talking about and have been wanting to do is our double up. We refer to it as our double up program, which is our owner occupied duplex program whereby we'll be creating as a pilot homeownership units from the ground up as a double concept, not our traditional New Orleans double one on one side, but one that has a homeownership unit and a built-in unit for income generator for the low to moderate income individual. We're working with partners at Enterprise Community Partners. We're making an award and selecting the 4 developers that we'll be working with on this model at our tomorrow's board meeting by the NORA Board of Commission. And we've been working with Home Bank, who will be underwriting this as a pilot so that we can test the market and see what a low to mod income homeowner will be able to afford to utilize, make use of that. One of the other pieces that I really want to highlight about this is that this is something that the overall large-scale affordable housing community has been really trying to push, and we're really excited and anxious about the opportunity to be able to do that. This is new construction with doubles servicing low to mod income individuals in the city. Again, it's a pilot, and we'll see where it takes us and how much information we'll be able to gain from that. We're very excited about that. And then this is just a recap of what our overall investments have been with respect to the number of properties that we've transferred under the goal of building homes, again, home ownership or rental opportunities, our direct investment by NORA for those affordable housing opportunities, and how much that has leveraged, whereby we've invested in direct dollars, $42.8 million. That has leveraged $100 million in affordable housing investments, and just the value of the land that we have provided in land subsidies alone represents about $14.8 million. And then one of our second strategic priorities is really focusing on enhancing corridors. Our investments in projects, we look at those that reduce vacancy and blight, that improve commercial buildings along all of our key commercial corridors. This was done specifically with respect to a $1 million investment that the Redevelopment Authority made in Central City in the Dewdrop Inn. You recall that was a formerly blighted property. It had not been in commerce for the last 15 to 20, no, longer than that, for a large number of decades.
Long time.
Yeah, a large number of decades. And so from there, we were able to invest in that. And the other thing that we are really excited about that we rolled out just this year, which is the $2 million program for St. Claude Avenue revitalization in the lower Ninth Ward. All of this was is intended for us to invest in historic neighborhoods, support neighborhood services, central neighborhood services, and utilizing data to help us do that. These are some photos from what the Dewdrop Inn looks like after its opening. And then the other thing that we are working with, and I really have gotten a great response, is we've been working with the Agenda for Children with the early childhood education facilities, whereby we are providing grants and creating early childhood education seats, working with all of the various spectrums of early child care providers. I am happy to report to this council is that because of all of the outreach and the interest working with our partners with Agenda for Children, with the Office of Youth and Family Services, and working with their advisory group, we were able to receive 116 applications came in as of last Friday. There are applications for funding for expanding or creating new early childhood education facilities, ranging from small facilities to expansion of larger facilities. Funds, application fundings from $1 to up to $250,000 per applicant. We are vetting those right now. The applications that we've got varied in various categories. About, I want to believe it was either 9 applications we received that were seeking the full $250,000, and the remainder of those applications varied in stages. What's also critical about that is that we'll be providing technical assistance to some of those early child care providers so that they can complete the Part A and Part B applications, but also so that they can get some architectural guidance as they're thinking about expanding what their new facilities will look like. I'd also highlight is this site that's up here now is really one of our recipients of our facade program, and was on General Meyer. I'm quite familiar with that and that location. So we're excited about doing that and expansion of our work in that area. And then I'd highlight the St. Claude revitalization strategy that we just deployed.
Yeah, where did the money come from, that St. Claude?
It came from this city council that was put forth
Came
by
from who?
district, that's council member Oliver Thomas for the St. Claude revitalization strategy. And it was an outgrowth about what the community wanted to see relative to a need for a grocer and a retail study. But what we wanted to do was take a step back before we really talked about what location looks best, what works best. We wanted to make certain that we got the data based on what people are buying, where they're buying. We're doing, instead of doing a workshop, we're doing a walk shop on next Saturday at 10 a.m. where we'll be walking along the St. Claude corridor, going into the businesses, talking to businesses, to looking at not only as to what they are doing, what they need to help to inform the other work and additional retail assistance that some of those businesses need. So,
From Harris, you want it now or wait?
I'll wait.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Burrow.
okay, I'll move on. So that's just an overview of our cumulative impact on enhancing corridors and our work on how much we've made direct investments for, what that has leveraged and the number of jobs it's created. And I'll move on to our third strategy, which is really about strengthening neighborhoods. And when we talk about strengthening neighborhoods, the redevelopment authority's work in that is really looking at repurposing and transforming large-scale, high-opportunity, publicly owned sites, expanding development alternatives as we do that work. And we've been really able to do that as we've been partnering for our work that we've been doing at the corner of St. Bernard and North Claiborne Avenue, which is the St. Bernard Circle, which is a 51-unit multi-family affordable housing development. That was a piece of property that the Redevelopment Authority acquired about 4 years ago. We in turn solicited for a developer. It is currently underway and it's expected to be operational and open beginning in February of next year. We're extremely excited about that. In addition to that, we're also excited about our work with the city through the redevelopment framework at the Louisiana Avenue Firehouse, which is the creation of 7 affordable housing rental units, along with the ground floor early childhood development center. And I'd like to highlight that because the city has a number of surplus properties that they aren't utilizing and won't be utilizing. We've been working with the Office of Community Assets and Investments to make certain that we are at the table looking at opportunities to bring those properties back into commerce. And the Louisiana Avenue Firehouse project is one that is an intersection of all of the work that the Redevelopment Authority is doing. I'm highlighting right now just a photo of the firehouse and what that is, but that's an intersection of affordable housing, an intersection of the work with our strengthening neighborhoods through the redevelopment framework. It's a partnership that includes a lot of funding from New Markets Tax Credit, Historics Tax Credits, the Office of Community Development providing for home funding, and the Housing Authority of New Orleans providing for vouchers and potentially the Agenda for Children and providing for those expansion of the early childhood development seats down there. It is really what the work is that we are created to do, and it's evidence of what our capacity is and what we can do in the affordable housing arena. And Seth, if you go back to the last slide, which really I just want to show the council staff is the status of the construction over at St. Bernard Circle, which is sometimes considered either the back door to the French Quarters or the side door to the quarters. But more importantly, it creates housing opportunities for our service workers and those individuals who are in our service industry, culture bearers, and those individuals that's done that. And what's also good about this is that there's a first floor commercial space that we've made available for businesses that were originally working out of tents and now pop-ups, and now they have a home space that they can operate out of on those 2 first floor spaces. And then the other is our work as a our government development partner in strengthening neighborhoods, and our work with Bayou Phoenix, the selected developer for the Six Flags site, and they have been progressing on trying to activating that site with bringing utilities to that site, working with Entergy to try to have an electrical vault created, and they are in the process of executing their first ground lease with a tenant, E-Ross Studios, and more to come as to announcements that they'll be having as to activity that they'll be having in the next few weeks on that site. And then the other piece is just a culmination of all of our work in strengthening neighborhoods, how much we've invested, which is $16.6 million in our Growing Home and Greening program, and other investments in affordable housing and economic development, which is leveraged about $30.9 million. And then we have our organizational chart, and then the 2025 goals, council members, for the Redevelopment Authority really starts with building homes, which again is one of our 3 priority strategies. Our objective is still to increase the access to affordable homeownership opportunities. I highlighted our Double Up program, which will be a affordable homeownership opportunity. We also have an opportunity that crosses building homes and strengthening neighborhoods, whereby we have property on Esplanade. The developer received the 9% tax credit award. We anticipate that we'll be closing on that by the end of the first quarter of next year. So that's an additional 50 units of affordable housing that will be coming. Will start for construction and coming online, and we'll continue working with our auction to make auction opportunities available for individuals who want to create other home ownership opportunities. And then as we talk about enhancing corridors, I highlighted our work with Agenda for Children and the Early Childhood Education Facilities Grant Program, which we will be making awards for and getting some of that those projects complete. You'll be able to see a number of those early childhood expansion facilities online and come to fruition in next year. And then the other is just continuing our work in strengthening our neighborhoods. And I mentioned the Esplanade Avenue project that we'll have going forward and the financial closing relative to that. And so we're excited about that and excited about our work throughout the city. And then our budget, as identifies our adopted budget, which was the 21.7 million, and then what the actuals were. The difference between the two is really now the ARPA funding for the Tulane Avenue project, which Nora will be overseeing that for the development of non-congregate shelter housing along Tulane Avenue. And that's the real variance in the delta between that. Otherwise, I have nothing else on my presentation, and I open up the floor for questions, council members.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Well, I just want to thank Nora for being a partner in helping to advance the Housing Trust Fund. Brenda, for your tireless advocacy on this issue. And my question really is, how much more could you do with a dedicated stream of funding of about $15 to $20 million per year over year if the housing charter passes.
Absolutely.
Because I see, and let me just set it up so you can knock it down, because I see on your slides how much work you've done with the money that you've had, how much enhancement that you've done in all of our districts, how much support you've gotten from this elected council, but guess what? We're up for election next year, and that money that we have been advancing and giving to y'all might not be there in the future if the housing charter amendment does not pass. So
Yeah.
with all that said, what more could you do?
We could do a lot more. We could create more affordable housing opportunities in the form of rental and home ownership opportunities. We had a program last year where we talked about 100 homes in 100 days. We talked about that. There wasn't any funding to be able to do that. We put that on the back burner. What we've been able to cobble together has been based on us just putting together all of our funds and resources and working with development partners. We do believe that our production could be almost tripled as to what we're doing if there was a known source of funding. What we're operating on is based on what we, again, cobbled together based on maybe some revenue or dollars we've generated from our auctions, but those are small dollars with small impact. If we really want to address this affordable housing problem that we have that exists in our city, and it's a down payment into the future, now is the time for us to act so that we would be able to make an investment in ourselves, for the generations to come.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
I also want to thank you for your creativity, Nora. If you look at these accomplishments and you see the before and after, it says that Nora is out there doing some very creative work in our city, and it's one of those things that I like to highlight. And I'll tell you all, I tell people about some of the Nora developments that have taken place that I appreciated. I've also learned that I can ask for one thing at a time and you'll look at it. Do me a favor, look at one property for me. The former health building at the corner of Florida and Desire. Now, it's owned by the city and it's blighted. But as we build a new stadium in that area, as Gail Benson creates a new school, we've also built a multi-purpose center. That's a building that is historic, that could take on significance if it was redeveloped or monies were put into it to support the type businesses that are interested in it. The city does have a list of entities that have expressed an interest in it, including, for example, a workforce development training center and also something health related. But I think that the city would certainly not turn down your assistance in terms of ideas based on what I've seen. So that one building, that's
Yes,
just
sir.
a request. Just take a look at it.
We will.
All right, thank you. But thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Any other, Councilmember King? Okay. First of all, Ms. Breaux, thank you, but a few questions. You mentioned repurposing buildings as well as taking a look at economic and residential opportunities. How often do we sit and talk, because I hear folks talk about available space, affordability, and available property. In the 60s, we had over 600,000 people who lived in the city. So it's really not a question about space,
Correct.
right? So if the question isn't about space, what is it really about, especially given your background as a housing expert?
Yeah. It's a question about resources and having the dedicated resources. The other is really a coalescing on overall goals and the collective goals. One of the things that we did, and we were a participant in the Housing Ecosystem Plan. And the Housing Ecosystem Plan, while it looks and focuses on housing, the other component of that has to be the commercial development that goes on around it. And then you can't have those discussions in isolation. It requires that to be done collectively. One of the things that we focus on at the Redevelopment Authority is while we're focusing on housing, we also look at the impact of what the housing will have and can have on the neighborhood, what the amenities are missing, what are those things that helps to drive people into that neighborhood and for them to thrive and survive. So I really think it's a better coordination of the work that we all want to see done.
So that brings me to my next point. When, especially economically, repurposing buildings. We just had a rash of clothings, of stores, of commercial properties. As I drive around downtown, you know, the press may just focus on the Ninth Ward, New Orleans East, but when I look at store closings downtown, the Center City, the Mid-City Corridor, I've seen just closed in Gentilly, Route 21. We know a slew of Family Dollars. Walgreens has just initiated that they're going to close 3,000 stores citywide. So for my colleagues here, my little brain was kind of thinking about this, right? We have the Mayor's Arts and Culture Fund. We have the City Culture Fund. Many of those agencies that receive those funds, what if they could repurpose some of those buildings, right? Where, especially since the owners or the establishment has abandoned them, how much further could their funding go if all they had to do was pay the utilities or keep the lights on at those buildings, especially if we could get those buildings before they become blighted or in disrepair. And I know some of your board members have already started to think about that, right?
Yes, they have.
So if you have a host of Route 21's closed, Family Dollar's closed, Walgreens are gonna be closing, right? How do we move one of these recipients of these grants, who are many who are renting, so a lot of the money is going, or they're doubling up with folk at locations because they can't afford rent. How much more thought and serious thought should we give to that?
Oh, we need to give a lot of thought to that. What we don't want is those buildings to remain blighted and to be continue to be unoccupied. What we ought to be doing is thinking about how do we, as you indicated, repurpose or utilize those buildings for other purposes. And I think that now is a great time for us as a city to really approach that and really approach that thoughtfully, not like as we've done perhaps in the past, but really think about innovatively how we might reutilize those buildings, because what we don't want is that will become the blighted property in that neighborhood and further bring down that neighborhood. One of Seth and I were going to a meeting out toward New Orleans East about 2 weeks ago, and we had the opportunity to drive up and down Chef Mentor and to echo exactly what you were saying with a lot of the blighted buildings along Chef Mentor that were unoccupied, that were formerly perhaps dollar stores.
One other thing I wanted to ask you a question. I really want to take advantage of your history, expertise, and institutional knowledge. In the late 90s and early 2000s, there was an effort in terms of home ownership and infill where the numbers were going in the right direction. Central City Housing, Desire, Lower 9, Back of Town, 7th Ward. You had all of these NDF, Hoffman Triangle. You had a major infusion of home ownership, and people purchasing homes. What was the difference then, and how do we recapture that? Because there were thousands of new homeowners created then, and we seem to have the same need and challenge now again.
Yeah, one of the things that I think there's two strategies, to be quite frank with you. The strategy, the bigger strategy is how do I create all of those housing opportunities, and then a recognition from that is that though creating those home ownership opportunities, we've got to approach it just a little bit differently than what we've done in the past. While subsidy is still going to be needed for that, it's what are we building, how we're building, how are we smarter at what we're building, and to ensure that we're working on the back end, that we have someone there to occupy the house that we are building. I think that that's really what the real key is really doing some of that upfront work, and I'm identifying these pools of people, similar to what NDF has been doing for the past several years, to identify the pool of people so that us as implementers, developers, are out there creating those housing opportunities. It really has to be a really concentrated, strategic, and coordinated effort as to how we do that. And that's why we've been really thoughtful about how we do it, when we do it, and the partners that we solicit to do this work with. It's really critical in having those key partnerships to be able to do that.
Yeah, thank you. I have two cards, Mr. Burnside, and followed by Ms. Grace Lewis.
Mr. Burnside is extremely tired and would not normally come up, except Brenda Bro has been very kind to him through many years, and he really respects Councilperson Harris. So I wanted to take this time to say that I'm in disagreement with both people, even though I deeply respect and like both of them. I think that the Louisiana Firehouse cost $8 or $9 million to come up with 7 affordable housing units and an early child care center. That comes to about $1 million per affordable house. If the data is true, which it may not be, with regards to the Batcher in the Rivers District, there the apartments for affordable housing are going to run about $680,000 each. I, as a 60-year-old tired old man, doesn't want to pay $1 million per affordable house. So the pool of people that you are trying to meet the needs of are basically everybody in the city. There are people in Councilperson Green's district who deeply want a single-family house on a very nice piece of ground in a good neighborhood with access to good streets. And why should they not? They've been taught all their life that that's a good place to live and a good goal to seek. Such things, however, are not cheap. What we do not discuss, and what we cannot discuss, is using the old jail as a homeless hotel. We cannot take the people out from under the bridge and stick them in the old jail if we put $4 million worth of air coolers on top of the old jail, because we're putting $4 million worth of air coolers on top of New Orleans. I want to say music so bad. Museum of Art. So we spend money in places. We're spending $4 million on a fishing pier in the municipal yacht harbor. We're spending money. We're spending $8 million on a very nice, very good-looking Louisiana firehouse. But what we're not dealing with is the fact that there are knife fights in front of the Rebuild Center, where out-of-town people are coming in because they're being criminalized elsewhere, and black-on-white knife fights are happening in front of the Rebuild Center on a regular basis. So the very, very poor are losing to the middle class because the middle class is threatened. The middle class is under pressure. The middle class is being harmed. And so whatever money is available for affordable housing and workforce housing is going to people with political participation and political power. And the least of us, quite frankly, are being forgotten. Because we're easy to forget, because we're not easy to love. Why would you love anybody who's knife fighting anybody? So the bottom line is, for me, the pool of people you need to be addressing are people who can buy a house for $99,999. If you can address that poor person, they will build a house more expensive as time rolls on, and they will leave their children generational wealth. If you insist on them buying a house of average cost of $380,000 because you give them a soft second, they will spend more money on interest payments in the course of their life.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
Than many people ever make in their life.
Ms. Grace Lewis.
All right, back again. Hi, I am here to talk about your development partners, and to be very specific, I'm talking about Gulf Coast Housing Partnership. So I live next to the Delamore, and I will start off saying I really like the Delamore residents. I don't have any issue. I live next to a Section 8 place, and they're pretty chill. Everything about living next to them is surprisingly totally cool. The problem is GCHIP. They pay their board $500,000 a year per person, but they pay the person managing their properties $30,000, and they give them no maintenance budget. And so basically those properties go into disrepair, and the people that live there are Section 8, and they don't know to come here and say, hey, what's going on? Or they're afraid to come here and say, hey, what's going on? So the first thing that I noticed is that there's a parking lot right next to my house for all these people that live in the Delamore, but no one parks there. They all park on Claiborne, where people can sideswipe their car across the top of the sidewalk. Why would you park your car on the sidewalk, right? Well, as it turns out, the Section 8 people there are required to pay $50 per month to park their car in the parking lot that the building had to have in order to build a 26-apartment building in a residential neighborhood. So they are keeping their people from parking in the parking lot. That's just one of their extra fees that people on Social Security and Section 8 don't have $50 to do that every month. So none of them park in there. It's an empty parking lot all the time. To go on top of that, they have the fence is falling down. All of their security measures are broke. I haven't gone in the building, but I could because the door I know hasn't locked in 2 years. So why am I here yelling at you guys when they are the Delamore, they're a private company? Well, I have tried calling them, and I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I'm kind of persistent. And I have tried calling every last name, typing them in to get every different routed number for people that work for GCHIP, and I have gotten through one time in 2021.
Thank you.
All right.
And hopefully staff took note of that. Someone needs to reach out to that property, especially if they're not treating their tenants the right way. So we'll follow up on that, Ms. Lewis. Thank you. Any online comments? Ms. Bro, one of the most troubling things today about housing is this whole question of what's affordable housing. Because I know a lot of young professionals right now who make six figures plus, who can't live in the inner city, who can't live in the neighborhood they grew up in between Napoleon and Louisiana and Claiborne and St. Charles. And then the point was raised about the middle class. Well, the middle class ain't the middle class anymore. The middle class is the working class. So many of them are challenged right now. And the reason why we're in the situation we're in is because we don't have a middle class. And many of them are suffering on both ends of the spectrum. They can't break through to the upper class, and they can't afford to get the subsidies. Like many cases, the people who need or get the subsidies. It's just an era we're in. And I ask you questions like this because I think the height of your career was when we solved a lot of these issues and we had some growth. And I'm compelled to ask you this because publicly I think I know that you have an idea of what it's going to take for all of us, to how we come together, because we can do some patchwork, right? But looking at your map, it's a patchwork effort isn't going to help save this issue. What should we be looking at when you talk about housing, economic development partnerships, since you were part of a period where we had some success?
What we should be doing, and I highlighted it just briefly, is that it really needs that concentrated coordination of where we are making our investments, but recognizing that those government investments shouldn't be the only investments. We're supposed to be that catalytic investment to start that in a particular neighborhood, in a particular area. We're not to be there forever. And hence, while we identified that work that we did along in the scattered site development in the lower Ninth Ward, I highlight that only because it took a period of time for us to do that, but we were steadfast in doing that. We now have reached a point that we've created those housing opportunities, and now we're talking about how do we deal with some of the retail needs that we need and the community needs. It's going to take a coordinated effort, a focus on housing and economic development simultaneously, not one in a vacuum in and of itself. And it requires all of that to be able to do that, but to be able to focus on that mission and to be able to create those opportunities to expand and grow those neighborhoods. If we don't focus on that and identify that long-term funding stream to be able to do that, the people that we love, the people that sit here, and some of those are watching, won't have the ability to be able to live in the city that they've grown to love, and many of them have come back to.
I don't mean to speak to Councilmember Green, but he talked about utilizing facilities to be catered. So are you saying that if we make the right balanced investment, the market will take care of how the community comes back because it'll be investable?
Yeah, and we make the right kinds of investments. We be consistent with our investments. We repurpose our buildings that we have that are currently not just owned by the city, by other public entities that ought to be brought back in commerce, that are taking down the value of neighborhoods and the interests of individuals moving into neighborhoods. I'm not saying that it's going to happen overnight, but it has to be a concerted effort that we as a community say, that's what we're focusing on, and this is what we want to do.
Well, thank you for your leadership and for my colleagues here. As we continue to watch the market be in flux, we're going to have more chain stores closing. We're going to have more vacant buildings. And we have to get ahead of that and have a strategy, because I watched one Family Dollar close, right? Other than some of the dumping that happened in front of it, if we could have repurposed it, but now all of the AC and all of the electrical and all the copper is pulled out of the bag, so that's another 20 or 30,000 on top of it. But if we can begin to get a strategy to get some of these organizations in, and so hopefully at some point, guys, we can get together and say, hey, hold on a second, you know, you're getting funding from the government, you're getting funding from us. Do you need a facility? How can we put you in a better facility? I think that's the next conversation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, any closing comments?
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Breaux. Councilmember Green, you gonna bring us home?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor? Ayes have it, so ordered. Mr. Burnside, thank you. Mr.